never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky says there is overwhelming evidence COVID came from a lab. It was the subject of a congressional hearing led by House Republicans on Tuesday. No definitive conclusion has been reached on the origins of COVID, but intelligence and scientific communities have been split on whether it was a lab leak or a natural spillover. Minutes before the trial was set to begin, a settlement was reached between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News.
Dominion Voting Systems had filed the billion-dollar defamation lawsuit against Fox News, saying lies that were told on air about voting irregularities with their machines harmed the company. Dominion attorney Justin Nelson.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability.
The settlement was reached after a jury had been seated and the trial was about to begin.
That's correspondent John Schaefer. As tax filing season comes to a close, Americans are seeing smaller refunds this year. The IRS said the average refund check this year has been worth just under $2,900, a 9% drop from last year's average. A recent Bankrate survey found around 75% of adults believe their tax refund this year is important to their financial situation. The White House says there's a gun violence epidemic in the U.S. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre spoke on recent strings of mass shootings, as well as the shooting of a black teenager who rang the wrong doorbell in Missouri.
It feels like every week, at least once a week, I come to the podium and I talk about this gun violence epidemic that we're seeing across the country and how our communities and families have been devastated by tragic acts of gun violence.
She called it unacceptable and said Congress needs to take action to pass gun reform. Opponents say mental health is the problem, not guns. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At least one person is dead and 5 others are injured after a parking garage collapsed in Lower Manhattan. NYPD Commissioner Keechant Sewell.
At this time, we have no reason to believe that this is anything other than a structural collapse. Obviously, that investigation will continue.
Tuesday night, fire crews were still inside the unstable structure checking for other survivors. Kansas City's mayor says the teenager shot by an 84-year-old white man for knocking on the wrong door to pick up his siblings was attacked for existing while black. Mayor Quentin Lucas said he's just as outraged and concerned of the many wondering why Ralph Yarl was shot. Defendant Andrew Lester said in his police statement that he fired his revolver in Yarl's head when he saw him pulling on the exterior storm door handle of his home. But Yarl maintained to officers that he did not touch the door at all. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is planning his comeback. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during a Monday Night Football game against the Cincinnati Bengals last season.
This event was life-changing, but it's not the end of my story. So I'm here to announce that I plan on making a comeback to the NFL.
Team GM Brandon Beane said doctors who saw Hamlin last week were all in agreement to clear him for football activities. He's now back working out with the team. And Democratic Senator Joe Manchin says he supports Congress overturning the Biden administration's proposed vehicle emission standards. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Then, without further ado, it looks like it is that time once again as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. I do believe that means it's Hump Day. Yeah, midweek coming on. All right, we'll turn the page on the calendar respectively, time zone to time zone, make our way into the 19th day of April. For much of the country, you might have an hour or two or three, depending on where you are, to get those taxes filed, right? Yeah, 18th was tax deadline day. And in true Steve Summers form, got my tax forms out this past day, took some snapshots, and sent them to Dean Michael. I knew he was probably slammed. I left him a voicemail. I said, Dean, I have no intention of you doing anything with these today. I don't think we need to file an extension because I don't think we're going to owe. But I did get a message back this past evening because I went ahead and filed an extension for you, Steve. Thank you, Dean. Yeah, I guarantee he was slammed. Busy. All those procrastinators wanting to get it done at the last minute. But at least if the IRS is telling the truth, Dean's line of work should be getting back into full swing. Yeah, during the whole COVID pandemic, when so many IRS workers were working, I mean, they weren't taking phone calls, and his line of work is doing the tax investigation for people who have fallen behind on their taxes. That's his primary line of work, and that pretty much just shut them down. IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, and the report they issued on Monday made it sound like they answered the phone within less than 10 minutes for an overwhelming majority. Like they were able to actually answer 80-something% of the phone calls versus it was somewhere under 20% last year. They didn't have the staff. But all right, tax day in the books. And a little chilly out there. We're not under a frost advisory tonight here in the southwestern portions of Ohio, but much of the state is indeed under frost advisories. There's actually hard freeze warnings from Columbus to Toledo up to Cleveland, Ohio, western portions of Pennsylvania. Frost advisories all the way into southern portions of West Virginia tonight. Another chilly night in the mix as the skies have cleared in this portion of the country. Meanwhile, we do see some storms brewing out there in the Dakotas, and right now, especially eastern portions of Nebraska. Actually, even a few severe thunderstorms in southeastern portions of Nebraska. It'd be east central and southeastern. This is just the beginning of what is going to be a multi-day threat for tens of millions of Americans. The risk of severe thunderstorms 4 consecutive days, according to AccuWeather. Folks in areas from the Central Plains all the way to the Gulf Coast, to the Appalachians and the Mid-Atlantic could experience storm hazards, flooding, hail, even isolated tornadoes. Now, it looks like starting later on this afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, midweek, the atmosphere will be primed for more severe weather Wednesday afternoon to Wednesday night as the air turns even warmer and more humid from north central Texas to the southern portions of Minnesota and Wisconsin once again. Atmospheric energy from the jet stream will increase over that same region right on into Wednesday night. An extra surge of moisture and warm air will contribute to moderate risk for severe thunderstorms, the potential for large hail, isolated tornadoes from eastern Kansas to near the Iowa borders of Nebraska, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Illinois on Wednesday. Close to 20 million people may be at risk for volatile weather through the upcoming day. The moderate risk area of severe weather today includes the major cities of Des Moines, Iowa, Omaha, Nebraska, Kansas City, Missouri, Topeka, and Wichita, Kansas. It looks like the worst of the activity likely during the afternoon and early nighttime hours. We could see a few storms erupt in the morning, producing some torrential downpours and hail. Further to the south, thunderstorm development may be limited to Oklahoma and Texas. A few of the storms that do manage to erupt in that zone could be rather intense, though. And then we've got more activity into Thursday. Then a new storm emerges on Friday. Atmospheric energy, the lingering warmth and moisture will cause more severe weather to develop as the storm progresses from the Gulf Coast to portions of the Appalachians, the eastern Great Lakes, and even the Atlantic coast later on this weekend. So that's still several days out. We'll be keeping an eye on things. But, over the next several days, which will be bringing impacts to some of the big cities along the eastern seaboard eventually. Meanwhile, we've got red flag warnings, pretty much the entire state of New Mexico, the western reaches of Texas on up into southeastern Colorado, western Oklahoma. Dry conditions in the mix there before any rains roll in. Got plenty of industry headlines to share your way, some interesting developments over the past day. We'll get to who we got checking in out of the box. I got an email from Dogbone earlier in South Carolina. Let's start with, he said, "Hey, Steve, I'm not rolling tonight. Do as you wish with the following." He's just passing on info, and I haven't been able to find out a whole lot more, but he said, according to word of mouth from other drivers, the port of North Charleston, South Carolina, were pulling as many trucks as they could and slapping on bracelets with anyone found with a gun. Now, unfortunately, South Carolina allows drivers to carry, but the ports, that's a different story. The ports forbid it. So what's a driver to do in between? Had another driver said on his way into Columbia via 77, every set of blue lights was exclusively out with a big truck. And back in Charleston, South Carolina, DOT was set up on Pittsburgh Avenue, which just happens to be the home of several ISO tanker companies. I have no idea what's up, other than it may be some unannounced crackdown of some sort. But again, maybe some of you out there, anybody roll into the ports, have any clue what was going on this past day with that? Oddly enough, we were talking about the legality of truck drivers carrying firearms in their trucks just last week. Meanwhile, Philly Dan is on board out of the box here. Good morning, drivers. Keep on humping. It is hump day. Hello to Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive listeners. 48 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a good hump day. Hello to Debbie, 33, with a little bit of snow falling, moderate snow. We're talking maybe 2 to 4 inches on the valleys, 8 to 10 over the passes and the higher elevations. Of course, Debbie is there in southern Montana. Check your route before leaving. Well, I'll flip the page over, and indeed, there are Quite a bit of winter weather advisories, even some winter storm warnings in portions of central Montana and northeastern Montana tonight. So she is correct. Check your routes before heading out, as she says. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Happy hump day. Good morning from Kevin this morning. Bidu checking in. Good morning to the overnight crew waiting on loads back to Youngstown. There's Brother Rambler. Good morning or good evening, wherever you might be. Brother Rambler checking in from the big city of Atmore, Alabama. It's a nice 52 degrees. As Ray Price once sang, the nightlife ain't no good life, but it's my life. I'll try to call in later, but until then, take care and stay safe, God's children. Know that Brother Rambler loves you. Hello to Pappy, 47 to the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Saddle up. All you nocturnal listeners, I ask, what day is it? Hammer down, be safe, let's go. Cap and Rod in the house, trailer trucking through Ocala, Florida tonight, 62 degrees. Have a nice night so far. Semper Fi. Shorty rolling along I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line, 56 degrees. Headed toward Columbus, Ohio to get Orlando, round number 2. All right, hello to Colleen. Morning, Steve. Colleen and Joe, that would be. Colleen and Joe from dry, winding Colorado Springs. Right now, 60 this evening, but the wind is quite the pain in the butt. Everybody be safe out there. So windy conditions there in Colorado. All right, well, they do have some of those red flag warnings, and that's in association with the winds. Hello, Timothy. Good morning, all. 62 degrees here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Eskimo Mom, happy hump day, or it's her Monday. From Muncie, Indiana, I got a drop and hook tonight before heading back to Tip City to find out what they want me to do next. Oh, yeah, orange barrel season is alive and well. So everybody pack your patience, pay attention. Yeah, that's that time of year, springtime. The construction really begins ramping up. Got clear skies, 46 degrees at this hour. There's the right-wing nut from Thoro, New Mexico tonight. A little breezy, 57 degrees. Hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. Everybody, 52 here in my little area of the Bluegrass State. Filled all the bird feeders, and the deer just emptied them. Well, I guess they have to eat too. Everybody stay safe and have a wonderful, blessed day from Miss Millie and Gabby tonight. All right, 5-7, what's going on there? As a grown man, there's seats I wouldn't sit in. Behind the wheel of a fire truck, police car, pilot seat, realizing what it took to sit there. Yes, copy in the mail. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 56 degrees at this hour. Beautiful day today. Going to be loading up Thursday. Some of my trucks that are on the road, and we'll do a truck-to-truck transfer. So they have their freight to head out this weekend. I'll be loading Monday for Anaheim for next Thursday or Friday. Then it's on to Tucson to pick up Sunday. You got a busy schedule laid out there, don't you, Buckeye Boy? Looks like it's going to be a great week. Going to take my clubs with me with the hopes of maybe playing a round or two of golf in Tucson. Everybody have a great night and an even better hump day. And be careful out there. Our number, 844-844-3388. Kicking off a Wednesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get some of our industry headlines coming up here. First, hello, Gilligan. On board, morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Clear 53 here at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. Keep it sunny side up. We go from Virginia to Parsonsfield, Maine. Hello to Dave checking in. 38 degrees here. Nice warm weather on the way, though. All right. Now there's Roy in Northwest Illinois at 42 degrees this hour. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Three-time champion meat hauler and Hall of Famer. There you go. Hello to the Michigan Madman. He said, Steve, you probably already heard about this, but I thought it was pretty neat that Tony Stewart won his first Wally in his A-Fuel Top Alcohol Dragster over the weekend. Yes, yeah, we did touch on that last evening at Las Vegas. So, yeah, Tony Stewart now with wins in NASCAR, IndyCar racing, and NHRA racing. That was his first NHRA win that took place at Las Vegas. I think they highlighted the fact that Tony Stewart has won races at every track in Las Vegas now. How about that? Hello to Daniel. Good morning. Little light rain over here by Billings, Montana at this hour. Tracy, Cambridge, Ohio, heading east tonight. All right, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announcing this past day their plans to publish, here we go, an advance notice of proposed rulemaking that will consider requirements for side underride guards on trailers and semi-trailers. The report from OOIDA, which opposes a side underride guard mandate, was quick to point out that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's own research shows that the cost of a mandate would outweigh the benefits. Their own latest research, once again, indicates there's absolutely no reason to mandate side underride guards on commercial trucks. Said Todd Spencer in a statement. The rush to mandate every gadget marketed as a safety device over the objections of professional drivers is a major reason crash rates continue to rise. We will not see improvements in highway safety until lawmakers and federal regulators prioritize the expertise of the professional driver above these interest groups. Proponents of the side underride guards have never demonstrated how these devices will perform in highway conditions, yet we're wasting more time reviewing another potential regulatory mandate where the cost outweighs the benefit. To make matters worse, we now have an advisory panel in place that gives more influence to representatives who have no clue how to operate a heavy vehicle than those who understand the serious operational challenges and the hazards created by side underride guards. Are we the only ones who see why this is not the way to develop sound regulations? Nonetheless, looks like the advance notice of proposed rulemaking will seek comments on approaches to potentially mitigate or eliminate side underride motor vehicle crashes. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is analyzing the potential effects of a side underride mandate in compliance with the provision of the infrastructure law that was passed back in 2021. Now, according to the yet-to-be-published notice, they estimate a side underride mandate on all trailers and semi-trailers would save 17.2 lives and reap up to $166 million in safety benefits. Meanwhile, the actual cost, the annual, I should say, cost of the mandate would be up to $1.2 billion. All right, that translates to the equivalent life saved anywhere from $73 to $103 million each.
USA News Update. There will be no trial in Dominion Voting Systems' defamation lawsuit against Fox News. Dominion sued Fox News for $1.6 billion for allegedly spreading misinformation about their voting machines after the 2020 election. Two sides reached a settlement totaling $787 million. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin has been cleared to return to football.
Last season, live on TV after a rough hit, Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest on the field during a game against the Bengals. Now, months later, he's been cleared by doctors to hit the field again.
This event was life-changing, but it's not the end of my story. So I'm here to announce that I plan on making a comeback to the NFL.
The doctors who've seen Hamlin over the last week all agree that he should be cleared to return to football activities. Hamlin is working out with the team. I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Progressive covers pets in our auto policy at no extra charge. Now let's hear what your dog has to say.
As a dog, I think Progressive's auto pet policies... Oh, what is that? That's just my tail. Weird. Anyway, Progressive protects... There it is again. See? This is why I need protection. I'm so distracted. Nope, that is still my tail.
Progressive Auto Insurance covers pets for up to $1,000 in a car accident at no extra charge. And we think your dog would say that's great, too. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage for cats and dogs included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, and then we'll get to your calls coming up here momentarily. Hello to Debbie, Indiana, checking in. Morning, Steve. A chilly 44 here in central Indiana. Hey, the warm-up begins going up to 78. It's a big turnaround again. I am so glad it's not going to be as windy today, though. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Have a wonderful day. All right. You do the same. Hey, looking at the screen here, let's see who we got on the line. Says this is General.
Good morning there, Steve. This is Plowboy.
Plowboy, okay. Okay, just so all it got was boy. This is just boy, this is General.
Hell, that damn computer one of these days, you probably hear a bunch of customers I call it. Right on. Okay. I wasn't going to talk very much tonight, but you got me revved up.
Uh-oh.
Dingbats and his underride protection guards. Okay. What we've been talking about here late, Steve?
Trucks getting stuck on railroad crossings? Is that, am I on the right track?
Bingo!
Yeah, okay.
Okay, now what's going to happen there? The insurance on these trucks going to have to go back up again. We've already fought that bear down once. The underride guards going to cause more havoc? Yes, they are. I don't know what in the hell we're going to end up having to do, but this is the craziest damn stuff I've ever heard of. I mean, we don't want it. OIDA doesn't want it. Anybody with a head screwed on straight wouldn't want it. But yet these dingbats that want to know a hand truck from an 18-wheeler is making our damn rules and what we're going to have to do. This is the most asinine stuff I've ever heard of, Steve.
I have not.
One more thing.
I haven't seen anything as far as how much clearance is going to remain if you had to install underride guards on your typical box truck. I mean, some trucks are lower than others, but how much clearance are they going to give you to try to keep a vehicle from going under the side?
Well, I couldn't tell you that, but I will tell you this. These aerodynamic wings that they've got on these damn trailers, heck, I've done everything but drag one off crossing the railroad down there on 92 down there in Florida coming out of a strawberry cooler. I mean, it's just that'll probably be at least as low as them.
That's what what I'm thinking. Probably, so if it's equivalent to that, at least those are typically made out of like a fiberglass or something that has the ability to bend and give. Yeah, they get tore up all the time. But these side underride guards are going to be very rigid. They're not going to give, and you're going to be stuck.
Yep. And I mean, here comes the freight train and poor driver, and it'll be the driver's damn fault, the bastards will say. But if it wouldn't be for all this garbage that hasn't to be affixed, glued on, and attached to these trailers, we wouldn't have had half the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got a few, but one more dingbat I seen the other day. I don't know how much Weather Channel you watch, but dingbat out of Atlanta, Georgia was flapping her wings and flapping her gums on that damn TV the other day. She's got her a job with Climate Justice.
Oh.
Would you know what dingbat I'm talking about, Steve?
I think they're pretty much.
Stacey Abrams.
Is that her? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to know how much money she's making off of that since she couldn't be the governor that she's never conceded that she lost. I thought, good grief, how in the world do they come up with these damn meaningless jobs? Like he said, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And she's a perfect poster girl. We don't know what the hell she's talking about, see? I mean, always trying. I actually think her uncle is Al Sharpton, always looking to shake down somebody. But now, I seen something stupid. I don't know whether you covered this one yet or not. I don't get to listen all that much. I will here in the future because I'm headed to Kansas City to start my new job. Have you heard about what you're trying to venture out and make money off of baseball now?
I can't say that I have.
They're trying to say climate change, global warming is causes and more
home runs. I did see, of course, where did I see that story? I believe it was the Weather Channel, no less. I think that's where I saw that.
Sure enough, probably the same damn morning. You're probably cussing as much as I was. I mean, okay, we got everybody off the steroids. Oh, we got the home runs. I mean, it just... one more damn thing say it again. The bastards don't know what they're talking about. I mean, if that be the case, I have figured it out, Steve, what we need to do. We need to cover Cincinnati's field. Turn that damn thing up when the Reds play a home game. Turn it up about 120 degrees.
And the Reds might hit some home runs?
Damn right. Make sure the hotter it gets, the more load them bases and get a grandy.
That would be the case. Yeah, if you've got a domed stadium, right? You've got an indoor venue. You turn the thermostat up in there. All right, Plowboy, thank you much. Good to hear from you. Job change coming on soon. Speaking of the Reds, I don't know if I thought I had printed that story up. They actually set a record, not the record you want to be setting. They actually played before the smallest attendance ever since Great American Ballpark was built. How many years has that been now? It's just 7,000 and some odd in attendance at the game the other day. Yeah, lowest, again, attendance ever at Great American Ballpark. Not good. I think that was Monday night's game where they were taking on, I think that was the Rays. Rick there in Columbus would probably know the rest of the story. But all right, incoming. A dead NASA spacecraft is going to come crashing back to Earth in the next few days, according to the experts. NASA's RESI, we'll just say RESI satellite for short, which studied the sun from 2002 until it was decommissioned in 2018, is expected to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, Wednesday, April the 19th. Now, funny thing is, plus or minus 16 hours. There's a big window in there. So I essentially, I guess it could be at any time. According to the latest estimates by the U.S. military, RESI, as I say, is short for Rovin-Ramity High Energy Solar Spectroscopic Imager. It's not a huge satellite. It weighs 600 pounds, and the majority of that mass will be converted to ash and vapor during that death dive through the atmosphere. But they do say, according to NASA, some components are expected to survive re-entry. The risk of harm coming to anyone on Earth is low, about 1 in 2,467. How they come up with these numbers, I have no idea. But they say this is just another reminder that Earth orbit is an increasingly crowded and dangerous place. More than 30,000 pieces of orbital debris are currently being tracked by the global space surveillance networks, for example, but there's many, many more that are too small to actually keep tabs on, they say. The European Space Agency estimates there's about 1 million objects between a little less than a half an inch and maybe 4 inches wide that are whizzing around the planet at any moment. Even those tiny shards, though, can do some serious damage if they hit a satellite or especially a crewed spacecraft, given their tremendous velocities. Of course, in low Earth orbit, where the International Space Station and many other craft are flying, objects are moving at about 17,500 miles an hour. Of course, in space, collisions generate more pieces of space junk, which could lead to more collisions down the road. If enough of those happen, we'd end up with a dreaded cascade known as the Kessler syndrome, which would seriously hamper our ability to explore and utilize space. All right, back to the RESI satellite. It was launched to low Earth orbit aboard a Pegasus XL rocket, February of 2002. The spacecraft studied solar flares and coronal mass ejections using a single science instrument, the imaging spectrometer, that recorded X-rays and gamma rays. During the mission, it recorded more than 100,000 X-ray events, allowing scientists to study those energetic particles in solar flares. Now, this will be far from the biggest hunk of space junk to fall to the Earth uncontrolled when it comes down. It was just last November you had the 23-ton core stage of a Chinese Long March 5B rocket that came crashing back to Earth about 5 days after it launched the third and final module for the Chinese space station. And so again, that's timing-wise 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, plus or minus 16 hours. All right. Where will it fall? Most likely into the open waters of the ocean somewhere around the planet. That's where the most favored odds would be, but no guarantees. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Cue Ball is on board. We'll see what's happening in his neck of the woods. Morning, Cue Ball.
Morning, Steve. You know, Steve, I was thinking, overarching when it comes to the trucking industry, when does this government ever put a regulation in this industry that's ever actually improved anything? Like, ever. I can't, the only time I could think of is when they revamped the hours of service and things are getting a little bit better, especially when they come out with the 34-hour restart.
Mm-hmm.
But then it got real dumb again when they came out with the ELDs, and everybody actually had to live with it, to the second. And then the wrecks started getting bad and all over again. I'm trying to think of other regulations, and I'll even include like your emissions regulations, where to me, even those are counterproductive, where I could make an argument that those regulations actually made it worse.
Mm-hmm.
So what's next? We're going to armor up the sides and underneath of the standard semi-trailers? Okay, what are we going to do with tankers? Well, like bulk tankers or fuel tankers. Those guys hold by weight. How willing do you think they are to add another 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 pounds of steel to that trailer to haul less cargo? Or are we going to allow them to be overweight by however much this side underguard weighs? I don't know. At what point is a trailer too low? Like the double drop trailer I pull, that sucker's 4 inches off the ground. Is it too low that a car might, I don't know, maybe a motorcycle hit the side, flip over it? You see what I mean? There's a point where it just starts getting real dumb real quick, and you start to wonder if this stuff isn't just redundant to a point. What about, flatbeds? You can get underneath the flatbed, but then there's a frame under there, but the frame ain't very high off the ground. It's not as low as not as high as a van trailer, but it certainly is, could be an issue. So, it's just one of these things. I don't know what's better or worse, right?
Well, when we were talking there at Louisville, you were talking about coming up over a railroad crossing somewhere where you stopped because you knew if you tried to cross it, you weren't going to get across. You were going to get stuck. And I think we lost cue ball. He lost his cell. Okay, I knew something happened there. Sure enough, yeah, we were talking about there in Louisville. And that's my question as to what sort of clearance will all these trailers have if they indeed mandate these underride guards on the side. Daniel chiming in here. He said, let's see, you ever notice every time the government mandates something, it gives the false sense, the illusion of real safety. Example, did the government have to mandate disc brakes? No, that's real safety. People jumped on them because they provided safety benefits. Another example is radial tires. Did the government have to mandate radial tires? Yet no real safety. These underride guards are not going to provide real safety. All they're going to do is make a few selected individuals that manufacture these underride guards a whole bunch of money. Yeah, well, that's valid. Follow the money. If indeed they were mandated, how many millions of trailers are out there? And somebody's going to be very, very busy manufacturing, pretty much 24/7 trying to manufacture these underride guards for the trailers. All right, but I digress. All right, other industry headlines. Let's jump over here. Monday evening, an 18-wheeler transporting hazardous flammable materials rolled over, bursting into flames near Brownsville, Texas. Initial investigation found the truck's driver was traveling at an unsafe speed on Toll Road 550 before losing control, striking a concrete barrier, rolling the truck onto its side, according to Valley Central. One deceased individual related to the incident not yet identified. Not immediately clear what hazardous material was being transported. Public information officer for the Brownsville Police Department said the 18-wheeler rolled over at the interchange between Toll Road 511 and Expressway 77. Fuel in the trailer reportedly added to the flames as firefighters worked to control the blaze. But this was a big blaze. Yeah, smoke could be seen about 20 miles away in the city of Harlingen, Texas. Photos posted via social media show the firefighter response, the mangled condition of the roadway after the fire was finally put out. Now, this incident just 5 days after another 18-wheeler was consumed in flames near Woodway, Texas. That truck driver did not sustain any injuries. There was a firefighter that suffered minor injuries, but another 18-wheeler rolled over and caught on fire along Texas Highway 57 back in February, as reported by News 4 in San Antone. Is it just too many drivers, too fast for conditions? Not sure what the culprit is. All right, while we're on the topic, real quick here, the FMCSA has officially denied a request from the National Propane Gas Association that sought an exemption from various hours of service requirements. I guess this would have been something that would have applied to horse feathers. The notice of denial scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, April the 19th. It was back in September, the National Propane Gas Association said they needed the hours of service exemption to respond to high demand. Specifically, they were asking for an exemption from CFR 395.3. That's the maximum driving time for property carrying vehicles. The requested 5-year exemption from the group's member company drivers would have changed these restrictions. It would have extended the 14-hour duty period to no more than 17 hours. It would have extended the 11-hour drive period to no more than 14 hours following 10 consecutive hours off duty. It would have waived the 60 and 70-hour rule for a period of no more than 6 consecutive days. And it would have allowed a period of 6 consecutive days to end with the beginning of an off-duty period of 34 or more consecutive hours. The waiver at the time, they said, was needed to enable the propane industry to prepare and respond to peak periods of consumer demand. Of course, we're going back and headed into the winter months at that point in time, when you've got the agriculture and the commercial customers, all recovering from emergency conditions. So OOIDA was among the groups to actually oppose that request, they say. Well, while we believe drivers should be provided maximum flexibility, we fear this might lead to greater coercion of employee drivers with propane providers putting pressure on them to complete hauls. All right, there you go. News break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky says there is overwhelming evidence COVID came from a lab. It was the subject of a congressional hearing led by House Republicans on Tuesday. No definitive conclusion has been reached on the origins of COVID, but intelligence and scientific communities have been split on whether it was a lab leak or a natural spillover. Minutes before the trial was set to begin, a settlement was reached between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News.
Dominion Voting Systems had filed the billion-dollar defamation lawsuit against Fox News, saying lies that were told on air about voting irregularities with their machines harmed the company. Dominion attorney Justin Nelson.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability.
The settlement was reached after a jury had been seated and the trial was about to begin.
That's correspondent John Schaefer. As tax filing season comes to a close, Americans are seeing smaller refunds this year. The IRS said the average refund check this year has been worth just under $2,900. a 9% drop from last year's average. A recent bank rate survey found around 75% of adults believe their tax refund this year is important to their financial situation. The White House says there's a gun violence epidemic in the U.S. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre spoke on recent strings of mass shootings, as well as the shooting of a black teenager who rang the wrong doorbell in Missouri.
It feels like every week, at least once a week, I come to the podium and I talk about this gun violence epidemic that we're seeing across the country and how our communities and families have been devastated by tragic acts of gun violence.
She called it unacceptable and said Congress needs to take action to pass gun reform. Opponents say mental health is the problem, not guns. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At least one person is dead and 5 others are injured after a parking garage collapsed in Lower Manhattan. NYPD Commissioner Keechant Sewell.
At this time, we have no reason to believe that this is anything other than a structural collapse. Obviously, that investigation will continue.
Tuesday night, fire crews were still inside the unstable structure checking for other survivors. Kansas City's mayor says the teenager shot by an 84-year-old white man for knocking on the wrong door to pick up his siblings was attacked for existing while black. Mayor Quentin Lucas said he's just as outraged and concerned of the many wondering why Ralph Yarl was shot. Defendant Andrew Lester said in his police statement that he fired his revolver in Yarl's head when he saw him pulling on the exterior storm door handle of his home. But Yarl maintained to officers that he did not touch the door at all. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is planning his comeback. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during a Monday Night Football game against the Cincinnati Bengals last season.
This event was life-changing, but it's not the end of my story. So I'm here to announce that I plan on making a comeback to the NFL.
Team GM Brandon Beane said doctors who saw Hamlin last week were all in agreement to clear him for football activities. He's now back working out with the team. And Democratic Senator Joe Manchin says he supports Congress overturning the Biden administration's proposed vehicle emission standards. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Round number 2. Here we go. Rolling into a Wednesday hump day. Hey, it's been a bit of a lull since we've been able to talk about meteor showers. But the first meteor shower in over 3 months is about to grace the night sky. And it may very well be the best display of shooting stars until the dog days of summer are over. Coming up this weekend, stargazers will be treated to the annual Lyrids, a fitting conclusion to Earth Day on the night of Saturday, April the 22nd, into the early morning of Sunday the 23rd. So Saturday night, Sunday morning. It will end a meteor shower drought that started over 100 days ago when the Quadratids concluded back on January 3rd. All right, when compared to the normal low activity seen during the late winter and early spring, the nights around April 23rd offer a nice bit of entertainment. According to the American Meteor Society, this year's installment of the Lyrids will be the best in 3 years, they tell us. The moon not going to be interfering with viewing conditions. Matter of fact, tonight, as we speak, is the new moon. Yeah, you can't find it, right? New moon. All right, show begins about 10 p.m. in your respective time zones Saturday night. It's not a big deal. I mean, showcasing maybe up to 15 shooting stars per hour from dark areas and continuing through early Sunday morning. Got to get away from the light pollution. All right, serious observers need to watch, they say, for at least an hour. As you'll have a peak, kind of a flurry of meteors, peaks and valleys, as they say. And if you head outdoors for 10 or 15 minutes, you may be in one of those lulls and say, there ain't nothing going on. Watching for at least an hour, they say, it guarantees you'll get at least the best the display has to offer. And right now, according to the forecast, looks like more than half the country should have cloud-free conditions for the peak of the Lyrids, including most of the plains, the southeast and southwest. Now, only areas of the western U.S. where the weather would be a concern, it's going to be parts of Washington, Oregon, and the Rocky Mountains. Now, the clouds will be rather widespread. That's going to be disruptive for most of the Midwest as well as the East Coast, as this far-reaching storm extends from the Tennessee Valley up over the Appalachians and on up into Canada. You may have some gaps in the clouds over parts of the Gulf Coast and into the Carolinas. So it sounds like, again, most of the meteor showers last year, weather was not optimal in my region of the country. But, hey, we'll get out there Saturday night, Sunday morning, take a gander toward the heavens. All right, cue ball, take 2. Lost that cell earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so as far as the side underride things go with these trucks, and like I said, I go with just regulations in general. I just don't see how anything that the government has been doing, and with maybe, like I said, with the one exception I gave when they altered the hours of service from the original hours of service. What was it? The original law was passed in 36, and like 1936, and I can't remember when it was changed to somewhat of what we have now without the. I think it had a 14-hour rule then, but they gave it the 34-hour restart. Things started getting better, but other than that, I can't really think of any regulations that's ever done anything other than making things in this industry work.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably were talking about, and it's been an issue that we've seen recently, especially now with, the videos to show it, trucks getting hung up on railroads, I give you a classic example. I just got done editing a video where I got hung up on a detour. I didn't get hung up, I should say, but I had to take a detour, and, there was a road closure. And the way that guys were going was going to put us over railroad tracks. And luckily for me, I didn't have my normal double drop trailer. I was pulling a step deck. But you'll see in the video that when the trucks and trailers were going up over that railroad track, they were climbing a significant grade to get up over the tracks and to drop it right down on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a comment where if I had my other trailer, I would have never even attempted, like on my normal trailer, I would have never even attempted that one. And it wasn't, luckily, when you see me going over it, you see that the top of the rail was pretty rusty, so you didn't see the train in a bit. But, I mean, if nothing else, guys can get stuck with those, side underride yards. Another thing that happens a lot is sometimes you're in some rough terrain, or you're having to jump over a curb. The trailer will, when you pull a double drop, you got to watch that because your trailer will hit something before the wheels will if you're going sideways over something in a turn. So you can actually trap more stuff underneath the trailer, say between the curb and this underride yard, than you would if it was just up in there. So my point is, in their best studies, are saying it's going to save 17 lives. Okay. How many other lives could it potentially take in unintended consequences?
That's the point right there. I said how many truckers may end up being killed because they get stuck here or stuck there. Yeah, the unintended consequences.
Yeah, how many times have we heard that on this show? And that's a real thing, and nobody wants to ever discuss it or talk about it. But my point is, I can understand if, there was, bodies in the street everywhere. If there was just, mass casualty event where everyone's going underneath these trailers, I could understand it. But it's just not that large of a problem to go this direction, about trying to retrofit every truck, every trailer. And like I said before I lost my signal, how many different types of trailers are there? I mentioned like tankers. Those guys haul by weight. So to add weight to that trailer, that hurts the bottom line. So now what? Are we going to, like the APU exemption some of the states are doing? Now we're going to allow them to go, let's say it's 4,000 pounds of steel underneath the trailer. Now we're going to go from 80,000 to 84,000? Or are we going to tell them, tough crap, make the stuff light as possible? Mm-hmm. I remember they were making a big thing about rear underride yards, and then they still complain that those things aren't strong enough. So it's like, okay, you make them strong enough, and then the car just gets destroyed hitting it. It's like, okay, well, now it's not soft enough. It's not giving up. I mean, the government never figures out that the more they do, the worse this industry gets. It's like you got somebody that doesn't really understand the way things work out here. That's just true with government regulators in almost every industry, unless the regulators come from the industry, like the Wall Street circle of regulators to brokers to regulators. I forget what they call that, but anyway, my point is, it's like these people get these clauses and they come up with these supposed brilliant ideas, but they're just bored. They don't really know what this entails, what it accomplishes, what it doesn't. And it's just people that are very ignorant of the business trying to regulate the business. They don't have an understanding of it, and it's not like there's a major problem to begin with. Sometimes it's like, can't these people just go away and leave it alone? And it's not the only regulation that's like that. I bring up the whole emissions thing with these trucks. When they put the DEF systems on these trucks, not even going through the cost. I was trying to make the point earlier, then I lost my signal. I can try to. I should say I should try. I can show that environmentally it's actually worse than if it was if you left well enough alone. I mean, what does it take environmentally to manufacture the DEF fluid?
Mm-hmm.
What does it take to bottle it? What does it take to transport it? What does it take to transport the raw materials, to build the plants? Back in the transportation, to haul it by rail, haul it by truck. They got a whole bunch more railroad, freight trains hauling this crap, bunch more trucks hauling the crap, bunch more trucks, distributing the crap, all of that. Where that wasn't there before. So you mean to tell me that all of those extra trucks, manufacturing, packaging, the bottles, and then the waste of it, all those plastic bottles that get thrown out that just litter the truck stops all the time? You mean to tell me that that's better than just a little more smoke in the air, which is carbon? Like, it just goes to the ground. It just goes up in the air and it's on the ground. It's kind of heavy. It's like a lead fishing weight. Throw it up in the air. Where does it land? On the ground. And it stays there. Same thing. So it's no different. So my point is, you're not helping anything. You're actually making it way worse. There's an article I seen. I forget which publication are talking about. I don't know if it was delete kits or the different tools, or different engine tunes. And they even say, with the engine tunes that some guys will put in their trucks, they're illegal, but they do increase fuel performance and fuel mileage, but they're quote unquote illegal. I'm like, well, if you're Johnny Environment and you're worried about the environment, would the better fuel economy and less exhaust be better? But no. So it's more just like anything else in this business. Safety's got nothing to do with this nonsense. It's all about compliance. And if you don't comply, we're going to take your money. That's the point of a gun. Because the people that take your money, they carry guns. So I just, if anybody actually wants to make the industry safer, I'll give them that. But I don't see it actually becoming safer. In 25 years, I've just seen it get worse and worse and worse. And now the general motoring public, and that's including truck drivers too, we've regulated the good ones away. You got the absolute numbskulls that are out here running. They don't have a clue. They don't know how to change a headlight, don't know how to adjust brakes. I'm not saying you have to know how to do a overhead on your diesel, okay? But I think the basics you ought to know. But they don't teach any of that stuff. They just put you out there. They make you good enough to be dangerous, and out the door you go. Speak English? Don't need to. Read English? Don't need to. Don't need to even know how to do anything. Don't even get me started.
How about the guy that parked on the railroad tracks the other night? Does that take it to a whole new level?
You know what? I'll go with this, right? If he's really, really tired, I could see how you could make a mistake like that. But I'm not saying he should have, don't get me wrong, but I could easily see making a mistake like that if you're tired enough. And with modern day hours of service and ELDs, the way that whole thing is set up, yeah, I could easily see that. Think about it. You still don't even know where you're parking, right? When you need a parking space, where do you find? I don't know the details of that story as far as, but yeah, I seen a picture where the train was sliced through the trailer. But I'm like, it didn't even look like it was in like a parking lot. So he probably would have been a lot better off had he parked the truck, got out, you didn't go squirt in the dirt, and be like, how often does the train come through here? Because I'll tell you what, there is a rest area not far from where I live in Wisconsin, where you are near the tracks, and I've slept in there a few times. And that's the Canadian National Main Line right there. And I don't care. I'm sleeping in there, and I hear that train horn, I wake up. Because I'm like, uh-oh. And I know I'm parked in a rest area in a parking space, but the train is pretty close. So, I don't know. That's something right there. That's probably the first time I've ever heard of that, to be honest.
Well, I mean, talk about a rude awakening. I mean, this train, they said, was going 40 miles an hour when it rammed through him.
Yeah, well, like I said, looking at the picture, it looked like the truck didn't even move. It looked like he just took that trailer right apart like it was a knife through warm butter.
Yep.
Just based on the picture, but man, oh man, I bet that was a hell of a wake-up call. But I don't know, man. I just want to see this nonsense finally stop with this industry. Just leave us the hell alone. The government has made it. I remember calling in your show years and years and saying, well, these things are just give them everything they want, and when the highway absolutely becomes a killing field, then people like me say, you know what? I effing told you, and you didn't listen. But then it's too late. I think it's already there now. I mean, one last point I want to make, Steve. I'll come to regulations, right? Look at the price of new trucks now. You're like some brand new trucks, like 389s or the new 990 Kenworths. You know, you're talking $250,000 to $300,000 for these trucks nowadays. $250,000 for a truck. You ever think about that? You ever think you'd live to see that kind of day where trucks are that much? Now look at used trucks. Trucks that are 10 years old, still got emissions, still need ELDs. You can't give those things away. Nobody wants them. They're practically like on the used truck paper. They're not worth nothing. You can't get nothing for them. Truck 99 and older, just forget it. Those prices are through the roof. A truck with a good VIN number, rotted out, hulk of crap, rusty frame, broken half. As long as it's got a VIN number that you can legally put together and rebuild it, those things are 10, 15 grand. But junk, for absolute junk. Something 5 years ago would have been $1,500. For $10,000 to $15,000 now for absolute garbage. Think about it. Why is that? Because people are bringing the old ones back because you can make more money with old trucks than you can with new stuff. Or you get brand new equipment that nobody can afford. Funny how that works. What are you going to do with trailers too? Oh, it's bad. It's bad no matter how you cut it, man.
And the government, and speaking of which, thank you for calling back, Cue Ball. Yeah, the government just last week proposed the next level, the strictest emission standards at the federal level ever, including, heavy-duty trucks. I heard in the news break there at the top of the hour, even the Democrat Senator Manchin says he is against these new proposed regulations. And as you were just saying, Cue Ball, the cost, what you're already paying for the new trucks, according to the EPA's own 717-page proposal, the upfront cost difference between an electric truck and an internal combustion engine truck is $582 for a short-haul day cab tractor, but that price difference skyrockets to nearly $15,000 for long-haul sleeper cab tractors. Now, the EPA proposing the strictest emission standards at the federal level. It was 1 week ago today. The Biden administration announced the proposal of two new rules regarding emissions. One rule deals with emissions from passenger vehicles. The other is buses, freight trucks, and other heavy-duty vehicles. Also known as the greenhouse gas standards for heavy-duty vehicles, phase number 3. The proposal complements the criteria pollutant standards for model years 2027 and beyond for heavy-duty vehicles. They're proposing stronger carbon dioxide standards for model year 27 that go beyond the current emission standards that applied under the heavy-duty Phase 2 greenhouse gas program. Then they're proposing an additional set of carbon dioxide standards for heavy-duty vehicles beginning in model year 2028, with progressively lower standards for every new model year through the year 2032. Now, there are several stakeholders immediately pushing back on the proposed standards. First of all, as we shared last week, most Americans are hesitant to purchase an electric vehicle to begin with. Like so many other things, OOIDA said, here's another rulemaking being hurried, rushed, pointing out the lack of, first of all, we don't have the national charging infrastructure in place. Statement from OOIDA, the Biden-Harris EPA is continuing their regulatory blitz on small business truckers. This latest proposal right on the heels of the rushed nitrogen oxide emission regulations that was finalized in December, along with the California waiver mandating sales of electric trucks. This announcement, a blatant attempt to force consumers into purchasing electric vehicles, while, first of all, the national charging infrastructure doesn't exist for heavy-duty commercial trucks. Professional drivers are skeptical of electric vehicles. The cost, the mileage range, the battery weight, the charge time, and availability. It's baffling that the EPA is pushing forward with more impractical emission timelines without first addressing these overwhelming concerns with the electric commercial vehicles. This is the radical environmental agenda in conjunction with an anticipated speed limiter mandate that will regulate the safest and most experienced truck drivers on the road. Other opposition includes the Alliance of Automotive Innovation, whose members include the biggest auto manufacturers in the world, suggesting this administration is moving way too fast with these proposed emission standards. In a blog post, the Alliance president points out the new rules exceed Biden's 50% electrification target that was announced back in 2021. It goes beyond the blueprint for transportation decarbonization's target, which was also about 50%. Remember this, a lot has to go right for this massive, unprecedented change in the auto market and the industrial base to succeed, especially as 284 million light-duty vehicles across the country that average 12 years of life are still on the road. I mean, did you realize as of last year, electric vehicles account for just 1% of all light-duty vehicles? 1%. Now, the same day the EPA made that announcement, Gallup poll regarding Americans' thoughts on electric vehicles came out. According to the poll, more than 40% of Americans say they will not buy an electric vehicle. Another 43% indicating they might consider an electric vehicle in the future. Only 12% said they're seriously considering one. And 4% actually own one. There's the hard, cold facts. People have no interest. But news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Just before their defamation trial was to begin, a settlement was reached between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News.
Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox.
Dominion attorney Stephen Shackelford Jr. said the network will pay more than $787 million to Dominion. Fox News in a statement said it acknowledged the court's rulings, finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. At least one person is dead and several are injured after a parking garage in New York City partially collapsed. It's a 5-story structure, and the second level collapsed onto the first. There was a bit of commotion at the White House today after a child was able to squeeze through a fence. The kid made his way toward the North Lawn as his parents looked on from Pennsylvania Avenue. Access to the White House was restricted during the incident because the president was inside. The little trespasser was quickly reunited with his parents, and after questioning, they were all free to go. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Where did we leave off there? Hey, we're going to get back to your calls momentarily. I think Roy sent me... You can't make this stuff up. Roy sent this to me here just a little bit ago. In New York. Not surprising, New York City's vegan mayor, Eric Adams, wants to limit the amount of meat you can eat in an effort to combat climate change. Adams wants to reduce food-based gas emissions by 33% in the next 7 years. Food is the third biggest source of cities' emissions, right after buildings and transportation, he says. But all food is not created equal. The vast majority of food that's contributing to our emissions crisis lies in meat and dairy products, says Adams. According to the new data released by the city, 20% of the Big Apple's greenhouse gas emissions come from food production and food consumption. The mayor is vowing to reduce the city's food-based emissions by 33% in the next 7 years, and challenging the private sector to follow suit. Last year, children in New York City schools who were already subjected to Meatless Mondays were also forced to participate in Vegan Fridays. Now, the mayor, Eric Adams, forced his vegan diet. Don't consume any animal products. His diet, vegetables and fake meat and bean slop, was forced onto the kids there. No one expects a school lunch to be fine dining. This is black beans, tomato, and corn for New York City schools' very first Vegan Friday. They've got photographs here. This is what the kids were offered. Option number 2 was this burrito, which wasn't even vegan. Yeah, this was some of the local media coverage there. And kids were dumping their vegan tacos in the garbage. I'd rather skip lunch than eat this crap. Now, this is New York's new vegan option for Fridays. This is another separate post. Most of the kids dumped this in the garbage or just ate the cookies. It smelled like armpits. It was completely unappetizing. Why would you remove options for students? A dry cheese sandwich is not going to cut it. Last year, Adams said he wants all New Yorkers to join the vegan cult. Adams' quote last year, "I've got to get New Yorkers to eat a plant-based centered life." So if you don't want to just join the cult, they want to force it on you. Like I said, you can't make this stuff up. This is what you get when you continue electing these socialist, Marxist, my way or the highway, climate cult members into elected office. Hey there, 5-7.
Normally, I'm against children telling adults, this is what you do, But good for them kids. If it smells like crap, it must be crap. You know what I mean? Crap's supposed to smell like crap, and you leave it in the can. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. Side thing. I said, they'll never have them on these chip wagons, right? And I got the opportunity. Somebody bought a mess of them, so I got the opportunity to go look at them. Now they're just hanging there. They're on a hinge. You can push them in. They're aluminum, hardly any weight. They've got chains on the inside to keep them from blowing out away, outside the trailer. Now, that I understand when you cross, because you ought to see some of the crossings we go through when you're out there in the woods. And, you got Amtrak's coming through there, at 90, 100 mile an hour. So, I get out of the truck, I look up, I look back, I get in the truck and I fly across there. After a couple of weeks, some of those crossings in the woods, they're rutted out so bad, your dolly legs barely get across there. I can see where when you hit those, they fold up in. Now, I guess I'm missing it somewhere. I was under the impression
what you're describing is the aerodynamic, side rails or whatever. Those are not the underride guards. Those, like I said, those are flexible. Those will give and kind of crunch up if you're going to Whereas if you put the side underride guards, that's going to be equivalent to your, what's the rear underride guard named after the Jane that got killed running into the back of the truck?
The ICC bumper.
That's what they're.
I pulled chip wagon.
That's what they're wanting the equivalent of all the way down the side of your trailer. Very rigid. It ain't going to give. It ain't going to move, and you're going to bottom out on all those places.
We've got two, we call them possum belly trailers. They're only like 2 feet off the ground and just past the dolly leg. And they're very high, volume. We haul shavings in it, and we have designated routes we can pull with that. We cannot leave them routes. I'm coming up on a railroad track right now that it wouldn't make it over. And that don't make any sense at all. Yeah, by the way, pardon me, hold on. Chest good, wall to wall.
Yeah, Cal, I just hope this side up last night. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Sorry. Don't hit into a back of a chip wagon, because these things are built to be pushed by bulldozers into wood stops. To lifetime of the trailer, these things are like tanks. I've yet to see anybody that ran into the back of these chip wagons that didn't get their car totally demolished, and the thing's just still like nobody hit it.
And I'm guessing we ended up picking up 5.7, but he's probably down there heading into the swamp or something, because he's breaking up pretty bad. All right, so speaking of, I had a story this past day that's right up 5.7's alley, because he's hauling the wood chips, and they actually follow the demand for cardboard. Believe it or not, that's one of the indicators of what's going on economically. The signs of global economic weakness are multiplying. Recent slowdowns in retailers' sales trends, falling monthly retail sales, numerous trucking company bankruptcies, rising credit card and auto loan delinquency rates, the major corporate layoff announcements, and the global pulp and paper industry is no exception. Continued poor box demand trends in the U.S. into the month of April. Bearing in mind, box demand is among the best economic indicators in the packaging industry. And last week, the European paperboard and pulp producer, Metsä Board, issued their first negative profit warning in over 4 years, which the company primarily attributed to the weakened demand situation for market pulp in much of the world. Market pulp accounts for an estimated 40% of the global virgin pulp market of roughly 170 million tons, and predominantly goes into the tissue and printing and writing paper industries, but also into packaging and other areas. In other words, it demonstrates economically sensitive. The global economy is suffering. In China, the economy's been worse than the company expected. It's not clear precisely what Metsä was expecting along those lines, given how weak the Chinese economy's been for several quarters now. But they finally, this is a story from FreightWaves. They say, we expect downbeat demand virtually across the board on global paper and packaging companies in the upcoming first quarter earnings calls. Many of these companies will benefit from falling input costs, but those costs falling are at least partly the result of weak demand. So following the pulp industry, those chips go into making the pulp, whether it's for toilet paper, paper towels, print paper, and your corrugated cardboard for packaging. All right, we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what else we got in the mix? Let's get back to the calls here. Hey, what do you say? What day is it? What day is it?
Yeah, I guess we should just start right out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Already, yeah, hump day. Yeah, and I just got my week started, you know?
Yeah, I know. You're already almost halfway done here. And now you got to get your umbrella out because stuff might be falling out of the sky and hitting you on the head. And I don't know. The world's coming to an end, Your Honor. What is it, Chicken Little there? Yells at
The sky is falling. The sky is falling, yeah.
Yep. So anyways, okay, so happy hump day. I guess everybody else pretty much took care of that on Facebook anyways there in the beginning there. You were reading all that off. It seems like there's more Mikes
exactly
and most anything else. And now, did Debbie say that out there in Montana there's going to be 2 to 4 feet of snow on the ground and 8 to 10 feet on the passes tonight? Is that what she said?
No, inches, 2 to 4 inches.
Oh, inches.
Yeah.
Inches. Okay, I thought it was feet there, 2 to 4 feet and 8 to 10 on the passes.
No.
Feet, but, all right. I was going to say they're gonna have snow out there, and they're not even going to get rid of the snow before the next snow starts coming in the fall, Your Honor, which is what, like the first or second week in August. But anyway, so you get me worked up here already. I've only heard, I don't know, maybe an hour of the show here. I thought you did another hour-long interview with Cue Ball because I get out to load my truck and you're taking Cue Ball's call, and I get back in from loading my truck and you're still talking to Cue Ball, and I'm like, well, this is an extended thing here and then you said thanks for calling back, and I realized he must have.
Correct. Yes, he lost the show early on in that conversation.
All right, so I'll have to go back and see if I can hear all what Cue Ball was talking about. But anyways, you started out with the propane people wanting to have like an extended exemption, apparently, like what they do for the cattle haulers and the livestock haulers, that they just want us to be able to run continuous no matter what for the next 5 years or something. So it goes back to the whole thing. They're asking for the wrong thing. When what the propane people want the drivers to do, what the government wants the drivers to do, they do the wrong thing. They want you to work more. We don't get paid for working more. I mean, we get paid, for what we do, but we don't get paid extra for working more hours in a week. So it's bad enough the trucking industry, you don't get overtime as it is when you work to 70 hours. We don't get overtime for working to 100 hours. We just get paid for our normal work, whatever we do in the amount of time that it takes us to do it. The only way we get paid more is if we move more product. And we don't run to capacity. These trailers do not run to full capacity down the highway. Now we run to the full weight capacity of the legal limits, but we don't run to capacity of volume that we could put in the trailer, which is the reason the whole industry went from 48 to 53s, and then they don't even use the capacity of the 53-foot dry vans. But that's a whole other story in its own. So anyways, if you go to New York, you can buy an overweight permit there. It's called an R permit. You can buy one of those. 5-axle truck, you can be close to 100,000 pounds. 6-axle truck, you can be somewhere around 107. 7-axle truck, you can be 114,000 pounds every day of the week, all week long. Divisible load. It's not your non-divisible load permit like what Q-Ball uses to move equipment. That's a specialized permit. This is a divisible load permit. They do that. The feed industry, the agriculture industry, Pennsylvania can be 95,000. Massachusetts has a divisible load permit. You can get to be 99,000 pounds. State of Virginia, I have a sticker on the side of my truck, allows me to be 84,000 pounds all day long, every day of the week. And so for these nominal fees, these states are allowing you to run where I can load my trailer pretty much to capacity. But you don't. The thing is that you want to move more freight, more product in the least amount of trips. You don't want to keep increasing trips, and all that adding hours is doing is increasing trips. If you can haul more on your trailer every trip, so that what would take you normally 10 trips to do, you do in 9. You're being more efficient.
Correct.
Even if you're burning a little more fuel, you're being more efficient. So the problem is people are asking for the wrong thing, and then this will go to the next thing. You're talking about these side underride guards now. Well, what are they going to do when they put the side underride guards on? What's that going to do to the trucks and trailers? It's going to make them heavier, right?
Correct.
You're going to add 2,000 or 3,000 pounds of material to these. So do you know what the next thing is that the freight industry is going to ask for? Higher weight limits.
Mm-hmm.
We're adding this weight on. We can't put as much product in the trailers. Even though we have the big trailers, you can't put the product in because now the weight of your truck empty, your tear weight, is now heavier. I mean, freight companies want to have a truck that can haul 50,000 pounds, 25 tons down the highway. Well, if your truck can only put 20 tons on it, 40,000 pounds to make the 80,000 limit.
And they've already got the
you,
government to give the exemption for the electric vehicles, the heavier battery weight for the electric vehicles.
Exactly. So how much your truck's going to weigh, and how much are they going to want them to weigh to still be able to haul the same amount of freight that they do today?
Right.
So it's I don't know. People got to look at the rule of unintended consequences, because you start doing some of these things and you're not gonna be able to keep things the way they are, and it's really going to fall on the drivers. Again, the drivers are going to get, if they get paid for what they haul down the road, percentage wise, they're going to make less money because they can't haul as much product because their vehicles are heavier, or they're going to, you're going to have to give in and let trucks be 100,000 pounds. Well, we've got people out here that can't handle an 80,000 pound truck. Do you want them behind a 100,000 pound truck? I mean, you look at I don't know what we ever decided was the issue, or who was at fault for that deal out there in Colorado with that flatbed hauler that come down the mountain and killed all those people. But do you want that guy or his company to be driving trucks that are 100,000 pounds?
Right.
He probably wasn't even 80,000 pounds with that lumber. He was probably in the 70s, but he probably wasn't even 80,000 pounds coming down that mountain in Colorado. But do you want him to be 100,000 pounds? I don't know. Just ask him. So I don't know. I guess there's my 2 cents to start the morning out. But people should really step back and take a long, hard look what they're asking for, no matter what it's in, what industry it's in, part of the industry it's in, and what is the more beneficial way of actually doing things. And I don't know, it's so anyways, I won't even tell you what I weigh, MT. You don't even want to know. But anyway, so I guess we'll let you go with that. Looks like a nice, clear, cool morning. Heck, we're down to 35 degrees here this morning, Your Honor.
Wow, yeah, I hear
sky though. So
said you got some frost advisories over there in West Virginia. I don't think not all the way to the East Coast, but I'm not sure exactly where he's rolling through this morning. Guess this was over in, I guess this is a few miles from Eskimo Mom's, right up in her neck of the woods. She sent me the story. A semi-truck drove over a bridge on the interstate in Shelby County this past morning. Ohio State Highway Patrol and the Anna Fire Department dispatched to I-75 southbound near Miranda Road, little after 6:30 yesterday morning. Reports of a semi that went over a bridge, according to the dispatch. When firefighters arrived, they confirmed, yes, a semi-truck drove over the bridge. Dispatch informed the cabin was detached. The trailer opened. Following the crash, Care Flight was placed on standby. However, their services were later canceled. Medics determined that the male victim did not require transport via medical helicopter. The truck driver did report injuries and was subsequently reported to Wilson Memorial Hospital. But yeah, apparently he was very close to possibly going into a pond, according to Eskimo Mom. Could have been worse. Let's get a news break here as we close out hour number 2 of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The jury was seated, and just before the defamation trial was to begin, a settlement was reached between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News.
Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox.
Dominion attorney Stephen Shackelford Jr. said the network will pay more than $787 million to Dominion. Fox News, in a statement, said it acknowledged the court's rulings, finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. One person is dead, several are injured after a parking garage collapsed in New York City. This man had parked inside.
Car is a car, you're more concerned about the people.
The second level of the 5-story garage partially collapsed onto the first. Video from the scene shows several cars crushed. The white octogenarian who's accused of shooting a black teenager in Missouri has turned himself into police. Andrew Lester allegedly shot Ralph Yarl in the head and arm after Yarl mistakenly went to the wrong house to pick up his siblings. Lester is now facing 2 felony charges. Yarl is recovering at home. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is making it clear that Republicans will not go along with plans to temporarily replace Senator Dianne Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee. While speaking on the Senate floor, McConnell said he would not take part in sidelining Feinstein so Democrats can force through their very worst judicial nominees. A new report from Senate Republicans claims COVID originated from leaks in 2 Wuhan, China labs. Senator Rand Paul is on the Senate Health Subcommittee.
If you weigh the evidence on either side, there's a mountain of evidence on the side that this leaked from a lab, and there's really no evidence that it came from animals.
Paul also saying if it would just be admitted, then we could work to prevent lab accidents like this in the future. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson will formally announce his candidacy for the Republican nomination for president next Wednesday. His website says it will happen at a special event being held at the Bentonville, Arkansas courthouse. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Have you completed your taxes for 2022 yet? If not, there's a very simple way to avoid the IRS wrath.
The bad news is today your taxes are due. But if you haven't even started or you're not done yet, there is good news. If you're in a crunch, you need to file for an extension. The key thing to keep in mind is to file your extension today. If you file for an extension, you need to file Form 4868 on irs.gov, which will give you an automatic extension for 6 more months. And the best news is that the IRS doesn't even ask for a reason to file your tax extension. I'm Skip Kelly.
A nationwide ground stop of all Southwest Airlines flights has been lifted. However, more than 1,800 flights nationwide have been delayed as the airline plays catch-up. The ground stop was caused by intermittent tech issues, according to Southwest. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin has been cleared to return to football. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest on the field during a game against the Bengals last season.
This event was life-changing, but it's not the end of my story. So I'm here to announce that I plan on making a comeback to the NFL.
Doctors who've seen Hamlin over the last week all agree that he should be cleared to return to football activities. The NHL playoffs continue tonight with 4 games on the schedule. In the East, the New Jersey Devils host the New York Rangers, and the Toronto Maple Leafs welcome the Tampa Bay Lightning. In the West, it's the Vegas Golden Knights hosting the Winnipeg Jets, and the Seattle Kraken against Colorado. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Lines available at 844-844-3388. So with the settlement between Fox News and Dominion voting machines this past day at the 11th hour, as they call it, I mean, the jury was selected. Opening statements were set to get underway yesterday afternoon. Dominion had, I think the suit was for $1.6 billion. So the settlement, I guess right about half that, $787.5 million. But that averts what would be a undoubtedly high-profile trial. Best I can figure is some of the big names at Fox News. I mean, the likes of Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Jeanine Pirro, probably the Fox and Friends, the morning team. So many that would be potentially called in to testify in this trial. All I can think is probably does not bode well for one Mike Lindell. Separately, Dominion also has sued him for, $1.3 billion in damages. I don't know where that trial stands, when that would be coming up, but the sheer fact that Fox settled for $787 million, I don't know what Lindell's net worth is, but I don't think he could afford to fork over $1 billion to Dominion. So what happens next? The issue in the lawsuit was whether Fox News was liable for airing, quote, false claims that the Denver-based Dominion ballot counting machines were used to manipulate the 2020 election in favor of Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Dominion had argued that these on-air claims had caused their company enormous, irreparable economic harm. But the deal, as I say, spares Fox the peril of having some of their best-known figures called to the witness stand, subjected to potentially withering questioning, including the likes of Rupert Murdoch, the 92-year-old media mogul who's the Fox Corporation chairman, the Fox CEO, Suzanne Scott, and some of the on-air hosts, as I mentioned, Tucker, Sean Hannity, Jeanine Pirro. Fox News is the most watched U.S. cable news network, according to Nielsen ratings. The primary question for the jurors was to be whether Fox knowingly spread false information or recklessly disregarded the truth, the standard of actual malice. That's what Dominion would have had to show to prevail in a defamation case. Now, in the court filings, Dominion cited a trove, they say, of internal communications where Murdoch and other Fox figures privately questioned the vote rigging claims made about Dominion. Dominion said Fox amplified the claims to boost their ratings and prevent their viewers from migrating to other competitors, including the likes of One American News Network. All right. According to the legal risks for Fox, another U.S. voting technology company, Smartmatic, is pursuing their own defamation lawsuit. They're seeking $2.7 billion in New York State court. Now, Fox Corporation reported nearly $14 billion in annual revenue last year. So I guess they've got the money to cover these kind of things. But again, Lindell, that may be another story. Was it false information? I mean, with this settlement, you're hearing the Dominion executive say, we've been vindicated. In all honesty, do the American people do you feel as though you have 100% confidence in the Dominion voting machines? Yeah, there have been numerous issues with not only Dominion, but numerous types of voting machines over the years. Yeah, I've said many, many times before, any device, no matter what it is, that at any time would have a internet connection, would be fallible. Even the top U.S. government agencies, how many of them have been hacked? Malware installed and things like that. So, I don't know don't know how to take it. It hasn't restored my confidence in the likes of Dominion voting machines or any other sort of device that's going to be connected to the internet or anything that could be hacked electronically. Just my take, but all right, let me get over to Senor Heatwave this Wednesday morning. What's going on?
Good morning, Senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. No, anything that can be hooked up to the internet, either hardwired or through Wi-Fi, now there's always a chance it's going to get hacked.
Or if you could put a thumb drive into a device, a thumb. I mean, these devices all use that type of technology.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless you got military grade encryption. Well, if I could talk, that'd be dangerous. I really don't trust these machines at all. And I don't see where they say that, they've been hurt. The last couple of elections that I went to, that I voted in, they had Dominion machines there at the local booth, voting area in my community. So I don't know where they get off with that. And if Mike Lindell was wrong, somebody would have gone up there and proved him wrong and taken that $1 million bounty or $5 million bounty instead of going up there and beating the absolute living hell out of the man. So, I have questions. So that's just me. School lunch program up there in New York City. Really. Smells like an armpit. I ain't eating that crap. Tossing that stuff away. Well, I don't know what it is like up there, but when I was going to school, we had a lunch card that had 25 spots on it where they punched it out, and it was a $20 ticket. That's a lot of money going to waste buying that particular lunch, getting that option, and then just throwing it away. I mean, that's money out of the parents' pocket, and that's money out of the school's pocket, the cafeteria program. So, and the way kids are today, they would rather starve than eat vegan crap. I'm sorry. It's kind of like the vaccines. It was made for use if you wanted to use it. Democrats, we're not going to use that because that's a Trump vaccine. Well, what the hell happened later? They took the vaccine and then they forced it upon the rest of us. You must take it because if you don't, you're going to be a killer of people. And a lot of folks bought it.
Yep.
Bought that. They were scared. And now, well, maybe the vaccines aren't exactly all that as great as it was advertised to be. Well, hell, it's a little late now to let us know about that after Democrats forced this on us. You know, I've been told, you know, I was crazy when I said a Democrat wants you to be dependent upon the government. And a Republican says, hey, we're here if you need us. We're not going to force anything upon you. You know, was laughed at, ridiculed, and just called all sorts of derogatory names. But, you know, when you voice an opinion like that anywhere, that's what you can expect. You can expect people to say, yes, I agree with you, and others that will say, not only do I disagree with you, but I think you're a friggin', you know, idiot, whatever. So this case there with the 84-year-old in Kansas City shooting and killing the black teenager who was just trying to get his siblings. Steve, with all the news about the teen takeover of Chicago, the shooting in Alabama, those are just recent. And we're not talking about other incidences where it was a black person involved in the crime, in the execution of the crime. The man is 84 years old. Scared. You know, he probably never had a person of color come up to his door and ring the doorbell and knock on it before.
But
and Lord knows,
But that doesn't mean you can shoot them, right?
Well, if he's scared and thinks that his life is in danger, you know, if they want to have a federal, hate crime investigation on it. Okay. If that's what you want to do for every crime that involves a black victim from a white person that shot and killed a black person, then I say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. For every white person that is killed by a black person, investigate that as a hate crime as well. You can't have it both ways, man. It's either all for one or none for all. You know, that's just the way I see it. And the gun control, issue that the Jackass Joe and Corinne are pushing for, it doesn't do a damn bit of good, because you have the element that will go around or under those laws to get the weapons of choice that they want. All they're doing is they're hurting the law-abiding citizen that has to jump through hoops just to get these guns to begin with. And when I went shooting with my boys and their father and my grandson last Easter Sunday, I mean, we had plenty of guns out there. They didn't just go off on their own, and they didn't shoot strangers nor us. So, I mean, it's not a gun problem. It is a person problem. It is a mental health problem. All great intentions, they have issues, and that is one of them. Just like the side guards on these trailers. Now, how far down is it going to go? And as you've seen at the truck show, a lot of us are kind of beefy people. We're pretty big. Now, is it going to be able to hinge up so we can go up underneath and do the checks that we need to do to say we need to make sure that the springs are not broke, the brake pads are legal? There's stuff that we're supposed to do, and I say supposed to because I don't know how many of us actually ever do that. But, you have to be able to get underneath the trailer to take a look-see at these safety components on there. Brakes, springs, if you hear something leaking, you need to go up underneath there and figure out where in the hell that is. Also, you need to go up underneath and take a look at the fifth wheel, the kingpin, to make sure that the arms are either gone across to lock the kingpin in, or that they have the I don't know what to call them, handles, I guess, where the hands come across and they link in. Now, some companies require you to take a look to make sure that the kingpin is secured. Is that the bar that they're talking about? Is it going to be solid where you are not going to be able to get up underneath there and do that? And if there is an issue, who's going to be at fault? I mean, I don't think I know a whole lot of people that have a tunnel that they can climb down into, drive the rig over, and then look at the stuff from underneath up. You know, these major companies like Snyder, maybe even Swift, you know, they have access to go down below the trailer and then work up to, like, take a look at the brakes and whatnot. But these smaller companies, we don't, or they don't, rather. So, I mean, are they even thinking about that?
I mean,
and if you do, and if you...
Would they be able to build in, like, where you could open a door? You have a section of the side underride guard that would swing open so you could get under the trailer, maybe?
Well, you know what? You probably could, but would that affect the effectiveness
the stability,
of having that side guard? So, I mean, there's questions out there that need to be asked, and they need to be answered. Because, I mean, if you have a side guard that either swings up or swings down, well, you've already defeated the purpose of having one of those things. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm not thinking it through. But that's the way I see it. So, other than that, it's been a pretty good night.
All right, well, Senor, good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. We're going to get a quick chime out coming up here. I haven't really followed closely. I've been hearing what you've heard in the news breaks. Yeah, 84-year-old man, I guess, fired 2 shots through the glass door. Now, the county prosecutor initially said, quote, "I can tell you there was a racial component to the case." He didn't say anything further than that. But yeah, the idea of you can't shoot somebody just for ringing the doorbell. No doubt. I mean, he's in the state of Missouri. They have what they call the Stand Your Ground law, which allows a homeowner to use physical force to defend themselves against suspected intruders. But somebody ringing the doorbell isn't somebody, breaking down the door or forcing their way in your home. That same law says a person cannot use deadly force unless they reasonably believe it is necessary to protect themselves or another person against death or serious physical injury or a possible felony. Now, I don't know what the mental state of the 84-year-old individual is going to be. I mean, that may have to ultimately play out in court. Yeah, did the individual legitimately feel? But yeah, just ringing the doorbell, that's a little much. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system. allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You know, in a state that has had their fair share of headlines regarding election issues in recent years, I guess Lancaster County, Pennsylvania gets the big cookie for screwing things up again. Nearly 20,000 voters in Lancaster County, PA, may have to vote for a second time this month after an error on their mail-in ballots required that their first ballots be voided. The third time in 3 years, Lancaster County has issued inaccurate ballots. Come on, Lancaster. You had one job. This time around, the ballots instructed voters to select one candidate in the Superior Court election, when they actually have the option of voting for up to two. Election officials say that 18,500 and some change erroneous ballots were sent out before they caught the error. Some were able to be recovered from the post office before delivery. Some had already been completed and returned. Anyone who had returned a ballot, though, it's voided, they say. Everyone who got mailed a ballot, whether they got it or not, is going to get a replacement ballot. According to the county commissioner, everyone who requests a mail-in ballot for this election will have something called a replacement ballot. Now, this is going to be, how confusing is this going to be for so many people? If they don't hear the news, they're going to get something in the mail. It will say replacement on it. If you have a ballot that does not say replacement, please throw it away. You will get a replacement ballot. The defective ballots will not be counted, even if the voter fails to complete the replacement ballot. So they're saying, here's the concern. People are going to get that first ballot. They're going to fill it out. They're going to send it back. They think they've done their civic duty. They're going to get another ballot in a week or two, and they think it's junk mail or it's a scam, and they're going to throw it away. And that first ballot will not be counted. It's Lancaster County, the big cookie for election screw-ups. Third time in as many years. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. A last-minute settlement between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News happened today just before their defamation trial was to begin.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability.
Dominion attorney Justin Nelson, Fox News in a statement said it acknowledged the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. One person is dead, 5 others injured after a parking garage collapsed in Lower Manhattan. The 5-story building is structurally unsound. New York's fire department is using drones to assess the damage. A huge backlog of paper tax returns has been cleared by the IRS. The agency says new scanning technology they have that allows paper returns to be digitized enables them to be processed more quickly. They remind you have until midnight to file your returns. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Back at it here on a Wednesday hump day. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
Yeah, here we are.
Pretty. Yeah, it's a slow night out here, I will say. It's an inside joke for somebody else.
A slow
Trying to get
night.
done. Yeah, slow night. Trying to get some training caught up on, but taking advantage of that. But anyway, Steve, man, we've talked about this and talked about when you decide that you're going to arm yourself, you defend yourself or your family, the risk you take by doing that. And I'm like you, I don't know the full story, But if you got some person ringing your doorbell and knocking at your door, not trying to kick the door down, right? They're just ringing the doorbell, man. You can't shoot them.
Right.
You can't tell me that you were in fear for your life. You're not going to be able to convince 12 other normal people that because somebody was ringing your doorbell, you feared for your life.
Even though they're 84 years old. I mean, they might be. Could this come to one of those cases where at 84 years old, maybe they shouldn't have been in possession of a weapon anymore? I don't know. I mean, you take away their car keys when they're not safe to drive anymore.
Yeah. Man, I wasn't going to bring this story up, Steve. It just came across my mind. I'll try to make it real quick. Going to an intrusion alarm. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. It's dark. Driveway's off the roadway a little bit. My partner goes to parks. He blacks out. He gets out of his car and he's walking around the house. I pull up, man. I park and I put my headlights right on the front door. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I go up and I start pounding on the door because, Steve, I don't want to get shot by some homeowner. I want them to know it's the popo rolling up in their driveway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pounding on the door. Door opens up. He's 89, 90 years old. Frail old man. Opens up the door. He's got a .357 Blackhawk in his hand. That's a single action army with the hammer cocked.
Wow.
Opens the door and the freaking gun's pointed at me, Steve. Give me that thing. And he turned out to be an old Navy vet. He was a captain on a destroyer back in World War II. And he made the comment, I would have seen anybody out there, I would have shot him. And here's my partner walking around back. Anyway, listen, man, you got to articulate that you feared for your life. Was he maybe nervous or scared? Yeah. What time of night was this? Was it late at night, I think? Who's knocking at my door at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I don't think it was. It was a 16-year-old looking to pick up his younger brother. So I don't know if it was after school time or what. I don't know what time of day it was.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, even if it's 2 o'clock in the morning,
mm-hmm.
right? You're not expecting anybody at your house. Somebody starts knocking on your door, and you shoot through the door because you're scared. Are you kidding me? Steve, there was a father that shot and killed his teenage son. He was out late, and he was sneaking back in the house. Father shot and killed his own son.
Wow.
Thought he was a burglar. All right, enough of that. Let's get on to Fox News here. This Dominion representative saying they have been vindicated.
Vindicated, yes.
That gets the buzzard, Steve. Not vindicated. Listen, I'm telling you right now, Dominion did not want this to go to trial. Didn't want it to go to. Why would they settle, Steve? If they were out what'd you say, 6 million?
They sued for 1.6 billion. They sued for
1.6 billion. They are claiming that they are out of money, correct? Due to Fox's claims, right? That's what they're claiming their loss is. And they settled for half of that. Why would you settle for half?
Well, they got another 1.3 billion suit against Lindell. Now, you think he might let it go to trial and maybe try to bring up some? He presented all these facts on his, on his channel over that 2-3 day weekend and how things unfolded. I mean,
yes,
would he be able to bring that into the hearings or?
Absolutely. If Fox, now listen, Fox might have done some ethical stuff. If there's something about boosting their ratings, excuse me, and they got some phone conversations between the high-ups at Fox saying, hey, we're not 100% sure maybe this is all legit, but we're going to run with it anyway. I mean, come on, Steve. What about CNN, MSNBC, the Communist News Networks,
They
man,
all do
this
it.
Hunter Biden?
Yep.
How many 54 high intel people that are claiming, sign the letter, this is Russian disinformation. I mean, Steve, these lawsuits are brought against people sometimes to maybe try to punish them, right? You following me here?
Yes, sir.
You need to shut them up in the future from maybe doing any of this. I'll tell you, man, General Flynn, it's a good example of this, Steve, what they did to this man. Right? And some people are saying, well, he pled, he took a plea deal to some of this stuff. Well, Steve, they were threatening to go after his son. And at some point, when you get tied up in this, like I've said this before, man, the United States government has this endless supply of money to go after you and after you. The money's not an option. Where it's a money issue for us.
For the average
right?
citizen, sure.
Average citizen and even the business. I mean, Fox, they don't want to fork out $1.7 billion. Are you kidding me? But there comes a point in time when you're saying, man, enough's enough. Let me just plead and get this done with, man. Even though you might have not, and this is not an admission of guilt. A settlement isn't. When Trump paid off Stormy Daniels, right? That's not an admission. Okay, I was having an affair with her. We're going to pay her to shut her off. It's not saying that what is she's claiming did in fact happen. It's just more convenient and maybe more savvy or financially. It's just pay her to shut up, man. Give her $20. Tell her to shut up. Get out of my hair, man. You follow me here? So, I'm not taking a whole lot of stock with Dominion out here running out. They've been vindicated. Nah, I'm with you. Not in my book. Not in my book. I would have liked to seen it go to trial. And you know what? Maybe with Michael Lindell, maybe he just might take it to trial. Nah, I ain't settling. We're going to court, man. Because if he has to pay out $1.3 billion, he's done.
That's what I mean. I mean, he's a very wealthy man, but he's toast. Yeah.
Yeah. What's he got to lose? It's all or nothing for him. So I got a feeling he's and the type of guy he is right now. Nope, we're going to trial. Let's bring it all out in trial. And unfortunately, if he's in New York City, what kind of fair trial is he going to get, man? And I'm assuming this lawsuit with Fox was in New York. So they're stationed out of, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, that's where they're at. Yeah, every morning, Jim.
Yeah. So here we go again. To the justice system and this court system in this country. There's two sides: one for the liberals and one for the conservatives. One can jaywalk and nobody thinks nothing of it. Another person jaywalks and you're getting a ticket, man.
Yeah.
You better sign that ticket too, or you're going to jail. Hey, real quick, I'll get off here. I'm that 16th birthday party that ended up in a shootout down in Alabama.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything new on that.
They're being awful hush hush about this. Now, Eagle made a comment. It was either last night or the night before. Steve did. I don't think, right, that this was like a active shooter situation. Wasn't a random shooting.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding, an argument broke out inside this birthday party. And somebody pulled out a gun and a gunfight ensued. You follow me here?
And maybe more than one, because they've never said, one shooter, two shooter, and, were there a half dozen, was it gang related? That's the first thing that came to my mind was probably gang stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before. Parties going on and a gang fight would break out. People get shot. So, it could be that the police are really trying to still piece this all together. How many were killed? 4?
4 dead, and I think
wounded?
28 wounded, yeah.
So are the 4 dead maybe the ones doing the shooting, and maybe they don't really know exactly who started the shooting or, if there's 3 or 4 people laying dead in there and 2 or 3 of them are armed with guns, what the heck happened? And sometimes I think I mentioned this before on your show that eyewitness accountability is not always what it is. You put 10 people in a room, let something happen, you're going to get 10 different views of what happened.
How it all started, and who did what, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I don't think it's a random type, school type shooting or something. I don't think that's what's going on here. So that's just my opinion. I don't have any direct evidence to say that, but so we'll see what happens in the future with that.
Yeah.
All right, my man.
Have a good morning. Thank you for checking in, and we'll return in too.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what else we got here? It is 844-3388. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Happy Hump Day. Mike.
Yeah. Hump Day? Yep, that's what it is. Hump Day for y'all. I mean, it's just another day. Just another day for me. So, Steve, do you think a lot of the things that we're hearing now, I mean, and what everybody's been talking about, well, even in the little bit that I've listened to the show, has been proactive or reactive?
I couldn't say one way or the other. A little bit of both, maybe.
Absolutely. With a lot of this gun legislation, it seems like to me it's been a lot of reactive stuff, and then it's like proactive. You have a lot of folks that are elderly in age. Do you really think they're mentally stable to have a gun? That could be considered proactive. If we did something about that. Heatwave was talking about the guards on the trucks. Well, it seems like to me every time an engineer looks at something, he's engineering it. And I mean, that's pretty much how it works. And so is that reactive or proactive? Am I being proactive by putting that guard on there or being reactive? So, Q-Ball called in yesterday and talked about the Walmarts. Well, is that reactive that Walmart's closing stores, or are they being proactive? I mean, it's one of those things. What are we doing here, making our decisions? So it's crazy how life dealt us our cards and how things work out. So, but what do you think about the launch tomorrow, Steve?
Have they given it a time yet? I still haven't seen a time.
I haven't either, and I've heard rumors that it's actually going to be on Friday. I don't know if that's true or not either, because I seen some stuff yesterday at NASA space flight. They were talking about, I guess it was a stuck pressurization valve, that the reason that they didn't go. But they were talking on there that possibly it would be Friday for making the repairs. I haven't heard. I mean, on the launch app, it's saying it's going to be at like 9 something in the morning, but sometimes that launch app is wrong, and I don't always believe it. I tend to believe more when I see SpaceX when they're going to start their feed for their show. Because that's usually that's kind of a telltale sign with testing when they're going to show something. It's usually about 15 minutes before it actually happens. So we'll just have to wait and see and everything. But that's why I'm thinking right now, a lot of things, Steve. Some people are reactive and some people are proactive. I mean, you were talking about the Fox News thing. Is it just better off to cut your losses and do what you got to do and settle out, or what you going to do? Is it proactive or reactive? I mean, it's just a way of thinking, and everybody has their way of making their decisions. But it is true what Heatwave said. The gun didn't physically do everything by itself. Something had to make that gun do what it needed to do when it was fired. In any case, whether it be in Alabama or it be in Chicago or wherever, the gun is just an material object. It's not something that's going to do something on its own, unless it's set up to do that on its own automatically, which it still needs somebody to make the situation start. There always has to be something that starts the process. And that usually starts with a human being before a computer makes a decision to do it. So, but that's food for thought there, buddy, and y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me.
All right, Philip, safe day. Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Story that was big in the news last week that kind of just all but disappeared out of the headlines was, all those classified, some top secret documents that had appeared on initially the gamers chat room here months ago, and finally made it to the media and led to a big investigation and the arrest of a 21-year-old. What's the latest there? All right, Jack Tahara, Massachusetts Air National Guard, arrested on April the 13th. Here's what we know about him. After enlisting in September of 2019, he became a cyber transport systems specialist, according to the National Guard spokesperson. He was listed at the lowest skill level, according to his specialty code. Describing cyber transport systems personnel, the Air Force website states, a vast global communication network is one of the many things that makes us the most powerful Air Force on the planet. Making sure the underlying infrastructure of this network is operating properly is the responsibility of cyber transport system specialists. Whether it's repairing a network hub at a stateside base or installing fiber optic cable on a forward installation overseas. These experts keep our communication systems up and running and play a crucial role in our continuing success. The minimum education for a cyber transport system role is a high school diploma or a GED. Specialist requirements include knowledge of electronic and network principles, experience in the installation of voice, data, and video network, and completion of your basic military training. Tahera had been mobilized for federal duty under Title 10 since 2021, assigned to the 102nd Intelligence Wing, based out of Otis Air National Guard. All right. An investigation found that a person who's been posting the documents on social media initially transcribed text from the documents at work, but became concerned he would be discovered. That person, later identified as Tahera, began taking the documents to his home and photographing them. Social media user who spoke to the FBI said the person called himself Jack, appeared to live in Massachusetts, claimed he was in the Air National Guard. The platform provided records to the FBI that included the billing name, Jack Tahera, and the billing address for the residence there in Massachusetts, the home address listed on his National Guard paperwork. Discord is the social media platform which some of those documents were posted on. They say they're cooperating with authorities, but as part of acquiring top-secret clearance, Tahera would have signed a lifetime binding non-disclosure agreement that acknowledged unauthorized disclosure of secret information could result in criminal charges. So, according to the Defense Department spokesperson, this was a deliberate criminal act to violate those guidelines and those rules. He also held sensitive access to other classified programs, they say. So, again, there's concern that there could still be other documents out there yet to be discovered. But that's what we know about this guy. And we close out another hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The jury was seated, and just before the defamation trial was to begin, a settlement was reached between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News.
Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox.
Dominion attorney Stephen Shackelford Jr. said the network will pay more than $787 million to Dominion. Fox News, in a statement, said it acknowledged the court's rulings, finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. One person is dead, several are injured after a parking garage collapsed in New York City. This man had parked inside.
Car is a car, you're more concerned about the people.
The second level of the 5-story garage partially collapsed onto the first. Video from the scene shows several cars crushed. The white octogenarian, who's accused of shooting a black teenager in Missouri, has turned himself into police. Andrew Lester allegedly shot Ralph Yarl in the head and arm after Yarl mistakenly went to the wrong house to pick up his siblings. Lester is now facing 2 felony charges. Yarl is recovering at home. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is making it clear that Republicans will not go along with plans to temporarily replace Senator Dianne Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee. While speaking on the Senate floor, McConnell said he would not take part in sidelining Feinstein so Democrats can force through their very worst judicial nominees. A new report from Senate Republicans claims COVID originated from leaks in 2 Wuhan, China labs. Senator Rand Paul is on the Senate Health Subcommittee.
If you weigh the evidence on either side, there's a mountain of evidence on the side that this leaked from a lab, and there's really no evidence that it came from animals.
Paul also saying if it would just be admitted, then we could work to prevent lab accidents like this in the future. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson will formally announce his candidacy for the Republican nomination for president next Wednesday. His website says it will happen at a special event being held at the Bentonville, Arkansas courthouse. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Have you completed your taxes for 2022 yet? If not, there's a very simple way to avoid the IRS wrath.
The bad news is today your taxes are due. But if you haven't even started or you're not done yet, there is good news. If you're in a crunch, you need to file for an extension. The key thing to keep in mind is to file your extension today. If you file for an extension, you need to file Form 4868 on irs.gov, which will give you an automatic extension for 6 more months. And the best news is that the IRS doesn't even ask for a reason to file your tax extension. I'm Skip Kelly.
A nationwide ground stop of all Southwest Airlines flights has been lifted. However, more than 1,800 flights nationwide have been delayed as the airline plays catch-up. The ground stop was caused by intermittent tech issues, according to Southwest. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin has been cleared to return to football. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest on the field during a game against the Bengals last season.
This event was life-changing, but it's not the end of my story. So I'm here to announce that I plan on making a comeback to the NFL.
Doctors who've seen Hamlin over the last week all agree that he should be cleared to return to football activities. The NHL playoffs continue tonight with 4 games on the schedule. In the East, the New Jersey Devils host the New York Rangers, and the Toronto Maple Leafs welcome the Tampa Bay Lightning. In the West, it's the Vegas Golden Knights hosting the Winnipeg Jets, and the Seattle Kraken against Colorado. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, just like that, here we are crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. And it's time for a keyword. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Actually, it's $1,000 twice each day. And your chance to win happens 4 times each workday on TNCRadio.live. I've got your first keywords of the day here. Now we're into a Wednesday, right? 19th day of April. Keyword number 1 this morning is bank. How'd you like to put $1,000 in the bank? B-A-N-K. There's your keyword. Go to TNCRadio.live. Click on contests. Enter that keyword. It's as simple as that. You're registered to win. Stick around. We'll have another keyword in our final hour this Thursday or Wednesday morning, April the 19th. And speaking of TNCRadio.live, what do we have coming up this morning here in just a couple hours from now? Right after the overnight drive, catch the Tuesday night TNC Radio primetime lineup, the rebroadcast. Best part that our Tuesday evening shows are all hosted by women. So, yes, Tuesdays are ladies' night on the Truckers Network channel. First up, it's St. Christopher Fun's Shannon Courier with her special brand of hospitality on the Southern Route. Next up, it's easy to become disconnected with our significant others when we're out there on the road. Relationships fail when people become disconnected. So be sure to tune into Women Road Warriors, 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Shelley Johnson, Kathy DeCaro speak with Dr. Catherine Ford, who teaches couples how to communicate and stay connected even during difficult times. Finally, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern, it's Sarah Barnes Humphrey bringing you the latest on supply chain with Thoughts and Coffee. All coming your way on TNCRadio.live. All right, I did a quick search during the break there since the Alabama shooting thing, which so little information, and still here into Wednesday mornings, not much of anything yet released. The only thing new I could actually come across this past day was a statement from authorities, a written statement that had been issued that said, quote, special agents did not recover any high-powered rifle ammunition at the scene. They did recover numerous shell casings used in handguns, plurally, handguns. Investigators are still processing all the evidence in conjunction with completing interviews as we try to solidify a motive and potential suspects, plurally, suspects. The number of injured also increased from 28 to 32. They said this is a very fluid situation. We're still trying to confirm everyone who was at the scene. They've not released any information about suspects, motives, or whether anyone's in custody. But they're actually still asking for anyone with information to call their toll-free number, which I'm sure the locals are familiar with that. But yeah, that kind of leans more toward what Pappy was alluding to. Some sort of a ruckus broke out. Somebody's got a gun. Oh, somebody else has a gun. Yeah, shell casings used in handguns, plurally. All right, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, I don't care if it's lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage, as it's known, keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, Eagle, we on board this morning. What's happening? Oh, Eagle, are you with us, or did he doze off? All right, he's been there a bit, so I'm suspecting he may be catching a few Z's there. All right, we'll get to the right wing nut coming up here, and after which plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Couple of other industry headlines. Officials in Texas investigating a tanker truck crash that claimed the life of a truck driver in Cameron County Monday evening. This is in Brownsville. As a tanker driver hauling hazardous flammable material was northbound on State Highway 550. Lost control, struck the concrete barrier, rolled. Truck caught fire. Truck driver in that case passed away at the scene. Meanwhile, officials with Customs and Border Protection recently discovered millions of dollars worth of drugs hidden in a semi-trailer loaded with rocks. Now, this was at the Del Rio International Bridge in Del Rio, Texas. Officers selected a tractor-trailer transporting a shipment of rocks into the U.S. for a secondary inspection. Using the K9 unit and the non-intrusive inspection systems, officers discovered 63 packages containing a total of 163 pounds of cocaine hidden in the floor of the flatbed trailer. Estimated street value $2.1 million. Case handed over to Homeland Security for additional investigation. But it's like these things happen every day. The next story, as a matter of fact. Yeah, officials with Customs and Border Protection discovering millions of dollars worth of drugs. Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics announced a large-scale drug bust that occurred late last week as part of an ongoing investigation. According to the April 18th media release, officials said they seized 7,000 pounds of marijuana. from a semi-truck and essentially shut down a black market marijuana warehouse distribution center in Oklahoma City. As part of that investigation, our investigation has identified multiple farms transporting marijuana to this Oklahoma City warehouse where it's repackaged into camera equipment boxes, then shipped to New York and New Jersey, orchestrated by individuals tied to Oklahoma consulting groups. Over the past 2 years, we've shut down more than 800 farms and arrested over 200 individuals, part of this commitment to target and dismantle criminal organizations that have obtained a commercial marijuana license via fraud, moved their product to the out-of-state black market, or both in some cases. They shared photos of the truck and the distribution center involved in the drug bust. It was quite the operation. Big time. 7,000 pounds of marijuana in one truckload there. And here's one more. Like I said, a lot of drugs. Police in New York made an unusual drug bust Monday of this week after a semi struck an overpass. Monday afternoon, police were called to a Walmart parking lot in Fredonia, New York, by a truck driver. He told police he struck an overpass on I-90. He pulled into the Walmart lot to assess the damage, climbed on top of the trailer, and reportedly discovered packages of marijuana concealed in the roof of the trailer that were revealed by the damage from that bridge strike. Hidden compartment in the trailer. Fredonia police reported a strong smell of marijuana in the air at the scene. The marijuana packages were damaged by the bridge strike, and some of it actually spilled onto the parking lot as crews used a crane to remove the 750 pounds of drugs concealed in the roof of the trailer. A truck driver had actually injured his hand climbing on the top of the trailer. Multiple agencies are investigating that incident there. Hidden compartments. The drug trade is alive and well, right? All right, right-wing nut is on board. What's going on this morning?
Yes. Right-wing nut. Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, that's kind of scary, ain't it? Cocaine and grass, down in trucks, underneath rocks. Man, that's a hell of a way to get stoned, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
Goodness gracious.
No pun intended.
None at all whatsoever. Heat wave, he got me out of the jam down there in Louisville, so I'm really thankful for him. And I don't know what he told them, but all I know is when I got outside the doors, I had a boot in my butt. I looked around and it was the staff from the prison jail. Excuse me. You know, Steve, they don't allow you to have adult beverages in the jail, and smoking is not allowed. So, I tell you what, GMAB Enterprises, they put me through hell, I tell you. So I'm real happy he got me out of there. So I guess maybe my penance is done, and I don't have to worry about going back. So that's a good thing. I got some advice for that old boy there, that Tahara, that Air National Guard base. He ought to do the Bradley / Chelsea Manning defense. Tell him you're gay.
Yeah.
And you want to be a woman. Yeah. Have the government pay for the change so you can get out during the next Democrat president that comes around. So, I mean, if it worked for that one character, hell, it ought to work for that one there. And both of them pretty much getting charged with the same thing, right? Dissemination of
classified information. Yep.
Yeah. So, but anyways, other than that, not really a whole lot going on out here. Just trying to find that Farquharson fellow and ask him what the two letters stand for, and he knows which ones I'm talking about. So, I'll tell you what, it's a shame. It really is. Some folks out there come up with a good front, and they take advantage of others. And I wasn't real happy with that. And, you know, if you don't agree with somebody who has a difference of opinion, then all of a sudden, you know, they're not your friends either because you didn't agree with them. So, you know, this nonsense about you have to agree with me 100% or you're not my friend, that's a bunch of garbage. Because, I mean, if you're going to have a following like that, it's nothing but a bunch of brown nosers trying to worm their way up to the top. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Yeah. So, and then pretending to be something they ain't, that really ticks me off too. But anyways, yeah, I'm out here in Arizona, heading somewhere further west of here. And all I can say is I hope at the end of the trip, there's a good cigar and adult beverage waiting for me. Well, with that said, senor, I'm out of here. What is that senor nonsense again?
Make sure your preference is an ice cold Bud Light.
What's the matter with Bud Light? Something.
Yeah, right wing, you're nuts. That's true. There you go. So I see Sylvester made it back to the home 20. He's back in the land down under after a long day of flying yesterday. Hang on, we'll give you an update on that after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I had actually lost track of time because Sylvester and his lovely wife started this journey several weeks before ever heading into Louisville. That was just one of his many stops along the way. Turns out it was a 6-week tour. but safely made it home, back to Australia this past day. And he shared a photograph, and I wanted to talk a little about some of the airlines. He said, before I make the detailed and highly subjective editorial about the 6 different airlines we've flown over the past 6 weeks, describing the good and the bad, some, the very bad. Yes, I'm talking about you, Alitalia. I guess it's Alitalia Airlines. I just want to briefly mention the high and low lights. Number 1, best airline was definitely Singapore Airlines. We will definitely fly them again. Susan would prefer business class, of course. By far, the worst airline, one we will never, ever, ever fly again, is Alitalia, ITA. Now, in all caps, never, 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 never. It was horribly organized, and the aircraft's interior was held together with duct tape, literally. What a horrible joke. Never, never, never. Did I mention never? I did not take a photograph of the toilet that was pulled away from the bulkhead where they had put duct tape to hold it on, literally. He does share the photograph. This was our armrest, which shows the quality of the airline perfectly. It's an armrest, which typically you'd have all covered in plastic, right? Literally half of the armrest, the back half still has the plastic on it. The front half is literally just the metal that makes up the armrests with all the rivets and the holes and all that exposed there. I mean, that'd be like when you check into the Roach Motel, right? Yeah, the motel that you check in, get to your room, you see all the bugs scattering, you say, uh-oh, we ain't staying here. But that's because you can find another. I guess they stuck it out and made that flight, but never, ever, ever again. Alitalia Airlines. Okay. All right, news break about a minute away. Looks like Eagle jumps back on board. Plenty of room for you. Our number, 844-844-3388. I mentioned the sensitive information, the 21-year-old that was arrested. The Pentagon has started culling their distribution lists for sensitive national security information after that leak. Initial findings from the Defense Department's review of the leak are due in 45 days. They're looking at who has access to sensitive information around the world, and they're going to try to strike the balance between ensuring that the military and civilians have information needed to do their jobs, but only what they need to know. I think right out of the box they said, there's way too many people. Granted, they have the clearance, but there's way too many people with the clearances that have access to information that they don't necessarily have any need to see. All right, looking to change that.
USA News update. A last-minute settlement between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News happened today just before their defamation trial was to begin.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability.
Dominion attorney Justin Nelson, Fox News in a statement said it acknowledged the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. One person is dead, 5 others injured after a parking garage collapsed in Lower Manhattan. The 5-story building is structurally unsound. New York's fire department is using drones to assess the damage. A huge backlog of paper tax returns has been cleared by the IRS. The agency says new scanning technology they have that allows paper returns to be digitized enables them to be processed more quickly. They remind you have until midnight to file your returns. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
A two-hook Central Florida shootout opens and closes Region 6. In two-wheelers and super farms, the competition could not have been closer. Now it's the calm before the maelstrom of grand and regional events that starts in early June. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. First, a few Easter weekend leftovers. The Clay County Fair Pull served as the regular season opener for the NTPA's Region 6 in Green Cove Springs, Florida on April 8th and 9th. In Super Farm Tractors, Chris Hales and the Outlaw International 966 from Otterville, North Carolina, went on the lam through 3 states to claim the win on Saturday night. Hales, a past champion in the association's Region 4, ended up winning the weekend, but it came on a total distance tiebreaker after Russell Mullen drove Rodney Jackson's nothing special John Deere 4455 from a Saturday third to a Sunday first to capture his first national win. Meanwhile, Daniel McDonald and his Bad Boy 1066 posted a pair of second places to knot the class in a three-way tie at 58 points. Critically, Hales' W in the opener was by just shy of 10 feet to provide the cushion. In two-wheel drive trucks, we got out the calculators for a second time to settle the score between Johnson and Johnson. Or to be precise, last year's Region 6 champion Jimmy Johnson and his Carolina Charger from Oakboro, North Carolina, and NTPA newcomer Danny Johnson and his Gold Leaf Gambler from Alma, Georgia. Jimmy picked up where he left off in 2022 by earning the blue ribbon in Session 1 by 4.5 feet. But at Session 2, roles were reversed when Danny was triumphant by 6.1 feet. Hence, by around a foot and a half, Region 6 bragging rights will shift to the blueberry capital of the Peach State. In modified minis, however, no arithmetic was required. Hailing from Thedford, Ontario, Dave Lacey and his Triple Play Double or Nothing made the 17-hour, 1,800-mile trip worthwhile with a Green Cove sweep. Lacey and his Triple L Farms machines were locked in battle with the two-tractor powerhouse of Cody Singletary, as the Triple Plays and the Carolina Night Trains together took 7 top 4 finishes. But Double's Double was enough to unseat Singletary as the region's top point earner. The next bit of regional national action will have to wait about a month and a half for the Mule City 300 in Benson, North Carolina. Along with 4 Grand National Divisions, Region 4 Light Pro Stocks will see their 6-hook schedule get underway at Galat Motorsports Park on Friday and Saturday, June 2nd and 3rd. And then comes the onslaught on Saturday, June 10th, when regional events in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, Morley, Michigan, and Ellsworth, Wisconsin lift the lid on the Region 2 and Region 3 circuits. From then on, the regional action won't let up until these 3 regions crown the last of their champions in September and October. It's hard to be patient as the days lengthen and the nights warm in the northern states, but you can study up on the summer to come by visiting the schedule page at ntpapull.com. Find a poll close to home or make championship polling the centerpiece of a summer vacation in west central Wisconsin or southern Minnesota, middle Tennessee, or north central Iowa. If you crave those sights and sounds, check out ntpa.tv, where you can stream the original live broadcast of recent events, such as the Shipshewana Spring Nationals or Mack Trailer Winter Nationals, last year's polls, such as Tone, Wisconsin or Bowling Green, Ohio, and all 18 seasons of our weekly NTPA Championship Polling TV show. We'll take the next few weeks to provide an in-depth look at the events and competitors who will converge to make 2023 the most exciting season yet. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Man, after all these years, anybody still watching Jeopardy in the evenings? I think the schedule's the same. Wheel of Fortune followed by Jeopardy. I came across the story. A guy by the name of Brian Henniger. When he arrived at work at the Pilot Flying J in Knoxville earlier this month, April 5, the office erupted in applause. Henniger's call center colleagues had watched the previous evening as the guest services agent fulfilled his lifelong dream of appearing on and winning Jeopardy. How about that? Said I walked in and they're applauding for me. Still in disbelief a week later. It's like, this is nuts, insane. But the pre-recorded episode was the first of a 3-day run which Henniger won a combined $70,202. And the workplace festivities continued Friday with Pilot throwing their employee a surprise celebration. So he works in the call center. Said it takes 80 to 100 calls a day. I probably couldn't tell you how many times or how many calls I've taken. It's well into the tens of thousands. But most frequently handling requests to reserve parking, verify payments, and fuel rewards, things like that. Yeah, he said between a parking shortage, which is estimated to have grown to 1 spot for every 11 trucks on the road, and the inflated fuel prices and other operating costs. The request reflect the concerns of the trucking industry. Basically, anything a trucker or a professional driver needs to make their life a little easier to do their job, that's our job to provide for them. But what was so special about it? Trucking's moment in the spotlight came during his final victorious game when the now host Ken Jennings asked him to tell the viewers more about his job, which he did without missing the chance to praise the people who keep this country moving. Henniger told Transport Drive he wanted to share his appreciation for truckers, particularly once Jennings referred to drivers as kings of the road during their mid-show banter. To every professional driver and trucker out there, as someone who works with you every day, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything that you do. You are America's unsung heroes. There you go. Brian Henniger, Pilot Flying J guest services agent, and now Jeopardy champion. Said when you work at Pilot, you realize how important truck drivers are to this country. I wanted to make sure that they got a shout out because without them, I wouldn't have a job and we wouldn't have a country. And so drivers appreciated that high profile recognition. Louis Pugh, the executive vice president of OOIDA, said their group's membership consists of more than 150,000 owner-operators and small business companies around the country. It's fantastic that Brian from Pilot Flying J took time for a shout-out on national television. Anytime someone has a chance to mention trucking in the national spotlight, it's great when they remember the men and women who drive a truck, especially a place like Pilot Flying J that depends solely on truckers for their business. Right, there you go. Shout out. Well, congratulations nonetheless to Brian Henniger. 3 days, Jeopardy champ. There you go. Eagle, what's happening? Take two.
Yeah, I just got out of the truck when you put me on. I should have. I usually take my phone with me, but I dropped my phone about 6 or 7 months ago and broke the glass. You know, these phones nowadays, you break them, you drop them, you break the glass. And So, I leave my phone in the truck now. When I get out, I don't get out of the truck. I left the truck in my lap when I was getting out one day 6 months ago, and the damn thing fell out and busted the glass. And it costs more money to fix the phone than it does to get a new one. It was going to cost like $150, $200 to fix the glass, because they got to take the whole thing apart. So I said, I might as well just go ahead and buy another phone. Just, save, let's spend $200. But so I just leave it in the truck now. I don't get out of the truck with my phone unless I have to. But Steve, I got a couple of things I want to talk about, brother. First of all, I'm on my way. Told you I'll be at Talladega. I'll probably get there early this week. I thought I was gonna get there until Saturday night, but it looks like I'm gonna get there on Friday because they unloaded me early over here in South Carolina. So I'm on my way. I'm on my way back to Atlanta right now to deliver this load. Probably on Thursday, and then I'll be headed to Talladega. Talladega is only about 150. Huh?
Did you hear me mention that guy last night that emailed and he said if you get a chance to go across the street to the dirt track there, that it's really worth it? You ever been to dirt track racing, Eagle?
No, I ain't never been there. I heard what that guy said, but I've seen, like I said, you can see Talladega Raceway from the interstate. I've seen that dirt track that guy's talking about. I saw it, I told you I drove by Talladega on Sunday, I think it was when I drove by there. So, I'll probably, if they got any races going on Friday night, since I'm getting there early, I'll probably stop in there if they got, I know that they usually do dirt racing on Friday night and Saturday night.
Friday,
so maybe
that's
I might be able to get, I might be able to get so like I said, I'm going to get there a little earlier than I thought I was. So I might, if they got some racing going on, I'll definitely go check it out on Friday night. In Talladega, because like I say, that's the good thing about Talladega. You can see the raceway from Interstate 20. So you can see everything. The big track and the dirt track. So like I said, if they got some racing going on Friday night, I'm definitely gonna try to stop in there and see what's going on. Because I ain't got nothing else to do but wait until the race. Like I say, I don't know Saturday. I don't know. I don't have tickets for the race on Saturday, but they say it's supposed to rain on Saturday anyway. So I don't know if the race gonna get called off, the Xfinity race, the lower class race, not the big stars race. So I don't know about Saturday. Like I say, I don't particularly like that race in no way, but. So like I say, we'll see what happens, but I'll definitely be in Talladega on Friday, so yeah, I'll definitely check that out. But yeah, one thing I wanted to talk about, Steve, tonight is this situation with the guy in Kansas City and then the other deal down in Alabama. First of all, you can't just open fire on somebody, Steve, for knocking on your door. Well, what would happen if that guy who's this 84-year-old man or whatever he was, and kids, what if some Girl Scouts would have knocked on his door trying to sell some Girl Scout cookies? You gonna shoot them too?
All right.
Because they trying to Girl Scouts. You can't just you say you're scared for your life or whatever. You even if you're scared, you still can't open fire on an individual that doesn't have a weapon, that doesn't pose a threat to you. We got enough gun violence in America now, Steve. Without somebody, you ring somebody's doorbell and they shoot you, then, it's getting to be ridiculous now at this point. All these shootings going on. So, like I said, that you're creating a very dangerous scenario when you got people, when you knock on a man's door, ring a man's doorbell, and he opens fire on you. This is ridiculous at this point. I know I wouldn't do that. If somebody knocked on my door. Now, if you're going to be on alert. If somebody come to your house 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, ring your doorbell and knocking on the door, you weren't expecting somebody, yeah, but, you still don't want to shoot the guy. But if he's trying to penetrate your house and kick the door in or whatever, then you got to do what you got to do. But I'm saying somebody ringing your doorbell, you just can't open fire on these individuals. This is getting to be ridiculous at this point. Now, the situation at Alabama, Steve, it's looking more and more like Pappy said earlier. This looks like this might be an inside job or some kind of beef, some kind of altercation between families. This is a small town in Alabama, so they say. I think they got 2,000 or 3,000 people population, and everybody is tight-lipped. Ain't nobody saying nothing. This deal took place on Saturday. We still don't have no suspect. Still don't have who is it? Is it a black man? Is it a white man? Hispanic? Who is he? How tall he is? What he look? We don't know nothing about this man. So it looks to me like this might have been some kind of retaliation. Two groups of individuals had some kind of problem because, like Pappy said, it looked like a handgun was used. In most of these rampages, these shootings, it's usually a long gun. Am I right? A AR-15 or something like that. When somebody goes on a shooting rampage. So it's looking more and more like this was not a shooting rampage, a man walking into a party with a long gun and just shooting down people because they would have caught this man by now or found some kind of this looks like an inside job, and it looks like these people are scared to talk, Steve, just like Heatwave said last night, or the other guy. He said that these people are closed-lipped. They're scared to talk to the police because of retaliation. It's a small town, and I think that if they talk to the police and tell them who this individual is, that something bad could happen to them. That's what it's looking like right now because there's no reason why, I was waiting for Pappy to comment on it, and he commented on it. The police should have came out with some type of identification of somebody by now. So this looks like an inside deal that's going on. Now, one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, I don't know if you said anything about this earlier tonight. I was looking at my phone on some TikTok videos, and I understand that this Mary Jo Taylor, one of the Republican women, she filed impeachment papers on Joe Biden yesterday. Did you hear about that?
I have not seen that. No.
Yeah. Maybe you could check on that during your break. They tried to. Like I said, it's Joe Biden, but it's not going to go through like you said, Steve. There's not enough votes to impeach Joe Biden out of the White House. But if anybody needs to be impeached, it's definitely him, Steve. It's Joe Biden. He's done way too much. He's embarrassed. He embarrassed the United States once again when he went over there to Ireland in last week and embarrassed himself. And now he come, he's on so-called vacation over there, and then he gets back to the U.S. and goes on vacation again, Steve. And we got a very dangerous situation going on in China. China with Taiwan. Maybe you could update the people on that. We got naval vessels over there in the Taiwan area, and all it's going to take is one mistake by China or the United States, and we could be at all-out war with these people over Taiwan. Because it's obvious that China wants to take over Taiwan, but it's just a matter of when and where. They know that they got to make a move before Trump get back in the White, if he gets back in. So in the next year and a half, anything could take place. So it's, like I said, it's a damn shame that we got somebody like Joe Biden in charge, because I really don't feel like this man is up for the job when it comes to dealing with China in this situation. But this is a very dangerous situation we got going on in the next couple of months. And thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Have a good morning. It's about 10 before the hour. Back after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what are we looking at? About 5 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Joe Friday. Just the facts, just the facts. Yes, Mr. Friday.
Yeah, thank you for taking the call back, Your Honor. Oh, I don't know, Your Honor. I think we all got to step back and relax and wait to find out what the stories are and stop kind of jumping to conclusions and making up scenarios of what might have been and what could have been and
Right.
what could have been, and
Yep.
I don't know. At some point, the whole story gets confused because too many people keep making up possibilities of what might have been, and I don't know. So at some point, you just got to wait and see what the true story is. And
Right.
And the worst part about it is that out here, you'll never find out what the true story was. I mean, the investigating officers might know, and right there in the vicinity of where everything happened, the investigation. But when it gets out to the public, the 100% truth will never come out in any situation. So whether it was a Jehovah's Witness knocking at the door at 2:00 in the afternoon or 2:00 in the morning, well, I mean, just
Yeah.
and what the situation was and how people felt inside a building and what's the neighborhood they're in. We don't even know what the neighborhood they're in. Maybe the guy is worried because it happens every day of the week. I don't know. And what did the person say when he was knocking on the door? We don't know. So, as I say, we just got to settle down and wait for the facts before we can jump to conclusions.
Everything I've heard says there was no conversation between the two, no words spoken, or just.
Yeah, and it's all just reported from, and as you say, there's very little information, and even less on that other
The
kid down
Alabama,
there in
Alabama,
so,
yeah.
So the only thing I can say for that is rule number 1: when you shoot your gun, always pick up your brass. Never leave your brass behind. It's all these criminals always make that mistake. You see all these scenes where there's 55 or 60 cones scattered all across the ground from where they picked up pieces of brass. No, keep track of your brass. Always keep your brass accounted for. Pappy will tell you that. Always account for your brass. Pick it up when you're done. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe I'm making criminals too smart if I tell them that. But anyways, hey,
maybe the criminals. I mean, maybe the criminals are dead. I mean, they did say the four that were dead: a 17-year-old, an 18, a 19-year-old, and a 23-year-old.
There you go. So as I say, as again for that, we'll have to wait for the facts to come out.
Correct.
To find out what went on. So, but anyways, hey, earlier on there, you had a story about Colorado out there, or maybe it was one of the listeners typed in there on the Facebook deal, said that it was windy out there in Colorado, and
Mm-hmm. Hey, hold that thought, because we're about to get run over by the truck.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. There will be no trial in Dominion Voting Systems' defamation lawsuit against Fox News after a settlement.
Money is accountability. And we got that today from Fox.
That was a lawyer for Dominion. Dominion sued Fox News for $1.6 billion for allegedly spreading misinformation about their voting machines after the 2020 election. The two sides reached a settlement of $787 million. Southwest Airlines is lifting its nationwide ground stop, but there are over 2,200 flights that have been delayed, and the airline is now playing catch-up. Southwest said the problem was caused by intermittent tech issues. At least one person is dead. 5 others are injured after a parking garage collapsed in Lower Manhattan. Officials say the 5-story building on Ann and Nassau Streets was structurally unsound, and the FDNY is using drones to assess the damage.
We had firefighters inside the building conducting searches. The building was continuing to collapse. We made the decision to remove all our people from the building.
FDNY Chief John Esposito says crews are working to confirm that everyone is out of the building and accounted for. Calls for gun control take center stage at a congressional hearing Tuesday with the head of the ATF. Republican Tony Gonzalez of Texas says the nation needs to focus less on firearms and more on the people who are buying them.
I represent Uvalde. That gunman should have never been able to purchase that firearm. Not because he was 18, not because it was an AR, because he was mentally unstable.
That shooting and others have led to calls for a ban on what many consider weapons of war. And Border Patrol agents have found 3.5 million fentanyl pills. It was hidden in a shipment of green beans headed to San Diego. The 48-year-old man driving the truck was arrested and turned over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
A new report claims COVID-19 may have originated from 2 lab leaks in Wuhan, China. An investigation led by Republicans on the Senate Health Subcommittee suggests the pandemic was the result of an unintentional research-related incident at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Just admit the accident because it will help us in trying to prevent these things from happening again.
Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky adds there is overwhelming evidence COVID came from a lab. The report says an initial leak may have occurred sometime before September 2019, and the Chinese government tried to quietly contain the outbreak. The white homeowner accused of shooting a black teenager who rang the wrong doorbell in Missouri is out on bond after he turned himself in earlier Tuesday. Andrew Lester, who's in his 80s, is facing 2 felony charges: armed criminal action and first-degree assault. Ralph Yarl was shot in the head and the arm after he was at the wrong residence attempting to pick up his siblings. He's now at home, where his mom said he faces a long road to recovery. President Biden's issuing an executive order to make child care and caregiving costs cheaper.
And thank you, care workers and family caregivers, for doing God's work, taking care of our children, our parents, and those we love so dearly. You care for the people we value the most in the whole world.
He's directing federal agencies to increase access to high-quality child care and long-term care. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back for that final hour. One more time around here on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. Unless you filed for the extension. Oh, what a relief it is. You got the taxes done. It's another year in the books, right? Hello to Scott. He says, who needs facts when the media can shout, white man shoots black kid for days, brainwashing the public before we know the facts? He said it did happen at 10 p.m. Who knows what the old guy was doing when the doorbell or that knock at the door occurred. Now, those two facts were both reported. They have not given an exact location that I could find. Tell Horse Feathers, this is a talk show and it's a news story and we're talking about it. We made it clear that we are just speculating. No ands, if, or buts, all right? Everybody's speculating.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Hey, it's a talk show. I'm putting my other side in on it.
Okay.
Telling everybody to relax. All right, there you go. Anyways, but yeah, 10 o'clock at night. What did they say the guy was? 84 years old.
Right.
What's the age of our president?
Is he 84? 82? I don't know. I forget.
Or was he? Yeah, I think he's right. Whatever. He's the oldest president ever. And, yeah. But I'm thinking he was 84 when he was elected, or is he 84 now? I don't know. So, can you imagine him? Of course, he's the one that said, if you got somebody bothering you around your property, just to go out on your back porch and blast off a shotgun.
Couple of shotgun rounds. That'll get him out of there. Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine going and accidentally walking up and knocking on Joe Biden's door at 10 o'clock at night. Huh. Don't know where that would end up.
I pulled it up real quick. Biden's actually 80 right now. If he were to win re-election, he would be 86 by the time he would finish term number 2.
Okay. All right. So anyways, but he's right there in that range.
Yeah.
But what do you think? What do you think an 84-year-old's doing at 10 o'clock at night?
Normally in bed,
drinking coffee, getting ready to. I was going to say, I don't think he's drinking coffee to make sure he's got his caffeine level up to stay awake to listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio program. I think he'd be in bed, probably asleep, or pretty close to asleep, and maybe got disturbed and woke up and maybe was a little incoherent of his situation. But again, that doesn't give you the right to pick up your gun and go to the front door and shoot somebody through the door. Now, if they've come through the door, well, that's another story.
Might be a different story.
But anyway, so anyways, hey, you mentioned there that, yesterday you had to have your taxes in by unless you put in the extension and all that. Now, if I remember correctly, because I'm not a tax accountant or a tax attorney or I not even want to play one on the radio, but if you owe money, you still have to have the money submitted by tax day, right? Even if you file the extension, you can't go on owing until the 6 months. You actually have to turn the money in and then
I believe that is the case. Yeah. If you're gonna owe, you're supposed to pay as close to what you're gonna owe as possible. Yep.
Yeah. So you can't. Otherwise, they're going to charge you interest and penalties and all that other stuff. So even if you think you might owe money, you still got to give them more money, even if you don't get the form submitted that you needed to other than the extension form. But anyways, So anyways, hey, what I was going to say there just before break, we made our trip across the country, and we rode 70 across there and got out of Kansas and into Colorado. We needed gas, and we went to stop at a gas station, and the wind was blowing. Of course, the wind always blows in Kansas, from what I've told. So all the way across Kansas, we had to make a right turn. I was holding the steering wheel hard right to get across 70 on Kansas because the wind was blowing so hard from the northwest. It was trying to push me off the left side of the road, so I had to turn right the whole way across there. But anyways, we get in there, we go to get gas and that, and man, there's this crap rolling along in the parking lot and that, and we deducted real quick. There was tumbleweeds. So, well, they looked real cute blowing along in the parking lot. Well, I got news for you, Your Honor. When you see a tumbleweed blowing across the parking lot at you, don't reach out and pet it, because they are a mean character. They'll tear you up like razor wire.
Really?
And oh yeah, they're a mean little animal, and so they're kind of like gremlins. When you don't get a gremlin wet, they're like wet gremlins. So anyways, they're all blowing around all over the place, and you see them kind of pushed up against a wall, and they're stacked up 10, 15 feet high against this wall. And then we get talking to some people out there, and they're like, yeah, people get trapped in their houses because these tumbleweeds get all bunched up and ganged up and surround people's houses and get all boxed in, and you can't even open your front door, kind of like them people with the snow that had the snow up over the roofs and had to dig their way out of it. I guess the tumbleweeds do that out there, and they're so vicious, you just can't push your way through them because, as I say, it's like trying to go through razor wire. But anyways, we found a bunch of interesting things out there that we didn't know were so mean and nasty, but we had a good time out west. It's not a bad place to go, good place to go visit. Just remember, if you're ever out there with them saguaro cactuses, them ones with the big arms, them big green cactuses with the arms in that, and you ever see one wiggling, apparently the spiders out there, the tarantulas, nest in them things, and if there's a whole bunch of them in there get irritated or agitated, I guess they can actually make the cactus wiggle. And if you see them in there might be like a flock of tarantulas come out after you, as well as the rattlesnakes around the bottom of them. But anyways, it's a nice place to visit, Your Honor. Don't hesitate. Go out there and enjoy the desert. But hey, with all that nonsense, we'll let you go do your due diligence of, I think you got to do a keyword.
Oh, we do have, final hour. Yes, I do have a keyword coming your way. Yeah, next time we get an update from Lone Ranger, we'll ask how it's going. He'll have had enough time to get some experience under his belt out there. I have not yet seen the ad. I guess Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch releasing a new advertisement as Americans continue to revile and reject Anheuser-Busch products. We know the reason. According to the report, they've trotted out their iconic Clydesdales in a new advertisement Friday, trying to reestablish their image as a beer with deep American roots. Initial reaction via social media was that Americans are not forgetting the controversy. Is the horse trans now? Says WISN personality Dan O'Donnell. The ad opens with a Clydesdale galloping across a mist-shrouded field of grain before showing the horse in a small-town street, passing a fire station and a flag raising, and traveling to places like New York City and the Lincoln Memorial. Let me tell you a story about a beer rooted in the heart of America, found in a community where a handshake is a sure contract, brewed for those who find opportunity and challenge and hope in tomorrow, raised by generations willing to sit, share, remember, says the narrator. This is a story bigger than beer. This is the story of the American spirit. And by the way, Anheuser-Busch is not an American company. It was sold to Belgium's InBev back in 2008. So like many said, hey, you know what? You can't put the genie back in the bottle here. Critics were not amused nor appeased. One angry poster said, fire everyone involved. Another said, hire new people committed to reality that men and women are not interchangeable. Donate $100 million to charities that stop the trans cult. Start company training to stamp out the woke virus that caused this fiasco. After all that, again, then maybe ask for our business. Others sharing similar thoughts, mocking the ad. Anheuser-Busch's chief executive officer, of course, issued a statement Friday trying to stem the backlash. As the CEO of a company founded in America's heartland more than 165 years ago, I'm responsible for ensuring every consumer feels proud of the beer we brew. We're honored to be part of the fabric of this country, Whitworth said. I can't say, each time I've been going into the convenience store, I've been trying to kind of keep an eye on, what are the shelves looking like? And yesterday morning, as I browsed the shelves in the beer cooler, every Bud Light product was fully stocked. Like nothing had been sold outside of the cooler where they've had the delivery guy had just brought in like fresh shipments. There were no Bud Lights waiting to be stocked in the cooler, but there was plenty of the other brands. Lots of product missing from the Coors Light, Miller Lite. It looks like, definitively, at least in my area, the Bud Light is being shunned. All right, hello to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Mr. Summers, and all the listeners out there about halfway through another week. Really looking forward to what we can hope is a nice, restful weekend. Got the coffee hot, the car's warmed up, time to head into town. See what the folks are throwing away today. Everybody enjoy your day. Go get that trash there, Steve. And we'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes. And each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You notice in the news how they continue to, every time a new item comes out, more evidence of the origins of COVID. Yeah, why don't they just, finally come out and say, hey, it came from the damn lab. You've got our own FBI, you've got our own energy department, you've got this latest investigation that just came out that said the lab theory. It originated in a Chinese lab. It was unintentionally leaked. That's what the U.S. Senate report concludes. SARS-CoV-2 leaked from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which tests bat coronaviruses. Twice in 2019, according to researchers conducting the report say. So not one leak, but two leaks. The preponderance of information supports the plausibility of an unintentional research-related incident that resulted from failures of biosafety containment during SARS-CoV-2 vaccine-related research. Roger Marshall, member of the Senate Health Committee, released the report, which was produced by a team that included a longtime former government health official who played a key role in developing the COVID vaccines, as well as staffers on the U.S. Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, where Marshall chairs the subcommittee on primary health and retirement security. They started with two hypotheses, according to Marshall. One was the virus started in animals before spilling over to humans, natural origin. Other was a leak from the lab in the same city where the first COVID cases were detected in 2019. They exhausted every piece of evidence they could find, every resource, witness they could talk to come up with these conclusions. The team of consultants spent approximately 18 months probing the COVID-19 origins, concluded that the available evidence supports a lab leak. More specifically, there was likely an aerosol leak that caused an infection of lab personnel, or the virus may have been released to the outside environment due to biocontainment failures. One theory revolves around cleaning agents causing corrosion of welded seams in the lab, a possibility mentioned in multiple documents in 2019 about upgrading the lab. Patents addressed biocontainment faults with animal transfer cabinets, biosafety autoclaves, leaky airtight doors, excessive corrosive disinfectants affecting stainless steel lab equipment. So it sounds like this, level 4 biocontainment biolab was in pretty shoddy conditions. Both domestic and foreign bodies for years have raised concerns about biosafety at the Wuhan Institute. 2018, a U.S. State Department cable, for instance, reported that then newly opened Biosafety Lab 4, Level 4 lab, had a serious shortage of trained technicians to safely operate the lab. Research at the lab before the pandemic reported experimenting on mice, bats, civets to find coronaviruses that were more capable of infecting humans and sometimes experimented at sub-biosafety level for conditions. A more recent summary showed scientists conducted experiments that increased the function of bat coronavirus. Yeah, that's the one that Rand Paul was so much on Fauci about, trying to increase the infectability. All right, that's, as they say, the preponderance of evidence continues to look like it came from the lab. Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, the level of education that we gain from Overnight Drive is just totally amazing. Now, my bride is just going to be in awe when I go home and tell her that a group of tarantulas is known as a flock. I would never have known that, courtesy of Mr. Horsefeathers there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you there, buddy. Yeah. Hey, maybe I missed it here. I'm sure you got a call from Philip, I assume anyway. I got to thinking earlier, I think you talked about like space junk and whatnot, or maybe there was in the news. But either way, Steve, isn't there another launch coming up? Is that this week maybe?
Yeah, the launch, the rescheduled launch, that's the Starship that'll be launching off in Texas there, South Texas. That's the monster that's going to try to get up there and make a trip around the planet.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. So what exactly are they looking to, up the payload significantly more than what the old Saturn V could handle? And we know it's way larger than what they dealt with prior.
Well, the goal is for the Starship, the giant Starship, to be able to, of course, take people to the moon and actually, be able to take payloads so they can actually build like a base on the moon. And eventually, this vessel is intended to go to Mars.
Oh, okay. I haven't been paying close attention and figure, well, that's certainly more than just a lunar lander and whatnot. But so anyway, thinking of space, when our kids were home, the granddaughter, she was given the choice of movie for movie night. She picked Star Wars. Well, I got to thinking about that, and we watched it. It came out in '77.
Mm-hmm.
I had never seen it before, Steve.
You hadn't?
And right now, I have no desire to even. No, Steve. I have never seen Star Wars before.
Wow. Yeah. When you get up, you go back to the original, the first trilogy, which is actually episode 4, 5, and 6. You can see how far the industry had come with the graphics for the next 3 episodes. 1, 2, and 3 were so much better.
Oh, well, we'll see. You maybe have to hold a pop quiz some show if I get a chance to dwell on it. If I got some time to kill, maybe I'll dwell into it. if you do end up, if you have to go to break, carry me over if you want.
Yeah, because we're coming up on that. So let's go ahead and pause right there. Yeah. He probably isn't even aware that the first 3 Star Wars episodes were episodes 4, 5, and 6. And they came back, and you got to go back in time, really, which a lot of people get confused by that, because episodes 1, 2, and 3 are leading up to the 1976 episode.
USA News Update. A last-minute settlement between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News happened today just before their defamation trial was to begin.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability.
Dominion attorney Justin Nelson, Fox News in a statement said it acknowledged the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. One person is dead, 5 others injured after a parking garage collapsed in Lower Manhattan. The 5-story building is structurally unsound. New York's fire department is using drones to assess the damage. A huge backlog of paper tax returns has been cleared by the IRS. The agency says new scanning technology they have that allows paper returns to be digitized enables them to be processed more quickly. They remind you have until midnight to file your returns. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we'll get back and finish up with Scarecrow here. The question he was asking about, is there a launch coming up? Yeah, the new target is tomorrow, Thursday. Launch window opens at 9:28 a.m. And the launch window only lasts for about an hour, 62 minutes. All right, the flight, this will be the first ever for the fully stacked Starship. The giant vehicle SpaceX is developing to take people and cargo to the moon, to Mars, and beyond. All right, launching from the SpaceX facility in South Texas. Now, they tried to launch on the 17th. They scrubbed that try when they got down to 9 minutes before liftoff. Had an issue with the pressurization system on the first stage, the Super Heavy, as they call it. The plan for tomorrow's scheduled flight calls for Super Heavy to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico about 8 minutes after liftoff. The upper stage, meanwhile, will make a partial lap around the Earth, supposedly coming down in the Pacific Ocean near Hawaii about 90 minutes after launch. SpaceX is not necessarily expecting all of that to happen, however. This will be the debut space flight of a powerful and complex vehicle, so it would not be surprising if something went wrong. With a test like this, success is measured by how much we can learn, which will inform and improve the ability of success in the future as SpaceX rapidly advances development of Starship. That's their official statement. So, I mean, for all practical purposes, this thing could, I don't know, I guess it could blow up on the launch pad. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, this country is born and grown on the backs of dreamers, and I guess there's no holding us back. Just go for it, make the best of it.
Yeah, what was the
anyway?
I think there was a launch here not long ago where the first stage worked. That was the other company that just tried to launch their first vehicle. Remember, the first stage worked properly. When it went to separate, stage number 2 didn't fire. They couldn't get it ignited. That was a month or two ago. All those kind of things could happen.
Right, no doubt. The conversation earlier on, Steve, there was a lot of comments about, you know, this underride protection and guards and
Yes.
proposals and such. And primarily the thoughts were involved with railroad crossings and, you know, and tracks, and certainly, you know, that would be a major concern. But the country is not filled with warehouses, you know, 200, 300, 400 dock door warehouses with dock levelers that are, you know, right at perfect trailer height. For every warehouse like that, there's probably a couple dozen that the structure itself is built at ground level. Then you back down in a pit. And more often than not, these pits were built, well, probably back in the 40s and 50s. And, you know, a 43-foot trailer would have been a large, you know, long trailer at that time. You take and try, and this is back from my van days, trying to back a 53-foot trailer down in these holes, you know, that's a nightmare and a half. You know, if you're fortunate, you know, the pitch, the grade is, you know, worked way out maybe to the street or such, but no, you know, the worst case scenario, I could see it was going to be a trouble. You know, I had to slid the tandems all the way up, lined up with the pit, and, you know, the landing gear is always going to be an Achilles heel. Chucks, I knew that wasn't going to go, so I slid the fifth wheel all the way back to get as much lift as I could once the trailer is down in there. Well, that wasn't enough either. So then it's start scrounging for, you know, scrap 2x6s, 2x8s, whatever you could find to get under the drive tires. And I know there's other listeners out there right now that are saying, yeah, Crow, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Of course, now that you're down in there with the trailer tandem slid way up, that trailer is, a foot and a half below the dock level. So now you got to do your best to slide those tandems back, with a loaded trailer. Good luck there, Yeah, yeah. Let's throw some underguide, protection under there too to really mess, with a person's mind and whatnot. Like say that was, it was 20, 30 years back when I was doing the van thing, but in the flatbed world, it doesn't get any better. It's not just the railroad crossings. Now, I pick up raw steel, overnight. Another fellow will peddle it, during the daytime. Well, my first day on the job, the supervisor rode with, and I run the landing gear up within a couple inches of the maximum lift height. And he said, no, Crow, you got to run it all the way up. We got some properties that are very questionable. And that was a red flag right there, Steve. Steve, there's properties, and I've joked, but in the same token, they'd be better served by military half-track. We have large customers, but we have mom and pop operations too.
Sure.
That the truck driver is not taken into consideration. And I can take a picture of the deck plate on this truck where the front of the trailer has scraped. When the driver has said been turning, maybe coming out of a drive or such. And these obstacles that are causing the tractor to rise, well, they're always going to have, the trailer's going to have to rise over these objects, too. So, yeah, this in the perfect world is under ride, protection. It might look nice to some individuals that are proposing it, but no, that's there's a whole new world of nightmares ahead for a lot of truck drivers if that's forced on us. But yeah, that's what I really wanted to lay on you there. But so yeah, I'll put Star Wars on the at least on the back burner there. We did watch the new Top Gun, and that was very good. Both my boys, they said, you got to watch it, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was, what the heck, something like Nightmare at the Museum or something like that. That was a worthwhile family type program or whatnot. But that's what I had for you at the moment, pal. So
all right.
Do it again and prepare for
Scarecrow saw Star Wars for the very first time at what age?
60s, call it 67.
Okay. Oh my, that's hard to believe. Okay. Well, you know what? There's movies I haven't seen as well. Haven't seen them all. All right, it's 844-844-3388, and for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything sent around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years, and at the same time combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, yes, and horse feathers mentioned. We need a keyword number 2, $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway from Hot Shot Secret and TNCradio.live. Your keyword number 2 this morning is flower. Here we are, April showers, spring, May flowers, but a lot of flowers are already blooming. FLOWER, flower is your keyword this hour. Simply go to TNCradio.live, click on contests. You get 4 opportunities to enter each day. You have additional keywords coming your way 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. This broadcast day at TNCradio.live. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway from TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I believe Truck and Phil is on board this Wednesday. Because I see that, hey, Mike. Happy Hump Day. Coffee Up Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Yeah, we're at a chilly 35 right now, but we're headed for 74 today in Fort Wayne. Looks like maybe 57 in Sterling Heights. Oh, the Biden obstructions they throw out in front of the mainstream people of the U.S. How sad. Be safe and enjoy the day as we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back to Fort Wayne. Stay safe out there today. Truck and Phil on board. Semper Fi. Thank you very much. And let's see, Gary just chimed in. Always a great show, Steve. Thank you. Hot Shot Secret. God bless all the hardworking Americans out there. And FJB. All right, Eagle's got a follow-up here. Yes, sir. What you got for us?
Yeah. I wanted to talk about something I said. I keep seeing these videos of these kids, Steve, on the internet. Until we talked about it last night in Chicago, and I think in Los Angeles, and I think they did something in Memphis tonight. I just think these kids going out and terrorizing and just walking in the stores, busting out windows and taking what they want. I'm like, these kids' parents, they'll be ashamed of themselves. When I was growing up, my mom and dad knew where I was at when I was in high school. Every minute they knew where I was at, and I went out in the streets, looting and robbing and stealing, and things are just out of control right now, Steve. With this deal that's happening in America, and then the minute that somebody gets shot, just like this guy up there at Ohio, where I talked to you about last night up there in Akron. That's the reason why the protesters didn't really go all out last night. Because they realized, Steve, anybody in their right mind, if you look at the video of this guy up in Akron, Ohio, this guy had every opportunity to put his hands up and get out of the car and do the right thing, and he chose not to do that. and that's the reason why the police killed him. Yes, his family is upset. They may have shot him. Maybe they went overboard by shooting him that many times. But like I said before, like we talked so many times about these people, Steve. If you do what you're told to do, and you go by all the rules that the officer tell you to get out the vehicle, put your hands up, hand the man your license, and everything checks out okay, you'll be on your way, and you'll be back with your family again. But if you choose the wrong thing, only bad things happen, Steve, and that's the reason why people in Akron, that's the reason why they didn't go through with the protest last night. Because, like I say, anybody that looks at this video can clearly see that the man didn't do the right thing. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All righty, yes, and I have not yet seen that particular video, but and it wasn't the law enforcement, the investigative arm, the internal review of the police department said we're not going to press charges. This was put before a grand jury, and a grand jury makes the call to we don't see a reason of pressing charges against these officers. Totally separate subject, which is coming up more and more often. I'm going to have to go back, maybe when we wrap things up this morning, I'll go back and check out Elon Musk's interview with Tucker Carlson that ran Monday night. I can't remember. I think it might have been a two-part, Monday night, Tuesday night. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm seeing that Elon Musk pretty much comes right out on Tucker's show and says they are training the AI, artificial intelligence, to lie. Now, Victor Davis Hanson at the Hoover Institute said artificial intelligence will simply reflect and magnify the mindset and the ideology of its creators and impress those values upon the rest of us. In other words, we are creating Silicon Valley-minded Frankensteins and unleashing them on the nation. Now, that's where Elon comes in. Quote, they're training the AI to lie, says Elon Musk in an interview with Tucker Carlson. Noting the fact that this artificial intelligence software is being programmed by hard left-wing experts. The tech world euphemistically calls these falsehoods hallucinations. They occur when the system generates responses that seem factual, formally correct, and properly written. They appear reasonable, as if they were written by a human. They might be completely false. Jules White, Associate Dean and Associate Professor at Vanderbilt University, these hallucinations offer alternative versions of American history and politics that have consumed academia and been popularized in the culture since the days of Woodstock. Alternative versions of events, people, and political legacies have since been passed on to generations of American students and now are appearing regularly in artificial intelligence platforms. Consider the case of the late Senator Al Gore Sr., the Democrat from Tennessee, father of the former Vice President Al Gore Jr. The elder Gore was a rabid opponent of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This legacy has been largely erased from history in recent decades. The whitewash is evident on artificial intelligence. House of Representatives, 1938, served in the House till 1953 when he was elected to the U.S. Senate. During his time in the Senate, Gore was a vocal supporter of civil rights legislation, one of the few Southern politicians to vote in favor of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. He was also a strong advocate for education and was instrumental in the passage of the National Defense Education Act of 1958. Gore was defeated in his bid for re-election to the Senate in 1970, retired from politics, died December of 1998 at the age of 90. That was generated by the ChatGPT platform, the artificial intelligence, claiming that Al Gore Sr. was a champion of civil rights. He was, in fact, a vocal opponent and voted against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And with this AI technology, this is actually, brainwashing, disseminating false, faked, not factual information to generations of younger people, students. College students are using this stuff to help do their research for papers. Vocal supporter of civil rights? Gore Sr. was not a civil rights pioneer. He was actually one of the leading segregationists of his day. Among other legacies, he was one of 27 senators that voted against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I mean, the handwritten Senate roll call from June 19 of 64 in the National Archives records Gore Sr. as the 9th of the 27 nays to vote against that landmark legislation. Now, you ask the ChatGPT, Gore did not just vote against the Civil Rights Act. He aggressively opposed it. I mean, he participated in a famously failed filibuster to stop the Civil Rights Act. Along fellow Democrats, Senator J. William Fulbright of Arkansas, known in more contemporary political circles, which would be more like a circus, as a mentor of one President Bill Clinton and Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia, a former Klansman who was still representing Democrats in D.C. as recently as 2010. So Al Gore Sr. did not stop at simply voting against the Civil Rights Act of 64. The National Center of Political Policy Research says it claims, supported by countless other sources, Gore sought to take the teeth out of the act in the event that it passed. So the information that ChatGPT generates about Al Gore Sr. Is simply flat out wrong. It is not based on the facts. But see, the artificial intelligence essentially only knows as much as the information that is programmed into it and the information that it may have factually available to it, because they're supposed to be teaching themselves. But that's kind of scary, right? And that's just one example. All right, we'll have to close out there on a Wednesday morning. Happy Hump Day. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.